Good morning, good evening, and good night, and welcome to the Inforunners. I'm Execute. How you doing, citizens? Algared, how are you, mate?
Apart from the usual experiences that we have during our live streams, I'm fine.
I've just realised you seem very close today. You're like bigger in frame all of a
Sorry,
sudden.
sorry,
Yeah, that's
sorry.
right.
Let me just lean back like I usually will, and I'll be normal.
Yeah, that's better. I was just like, why is he so in my face? I was actually I was talking with
Because I
my
was engaged doing a task.
I was with my mum yesterday, and she was
Yeah.
mentioning you and talking about you, and then I remembered she was talking about she called you by a different name, and I've actually forgotten what she said, but it prompted me to think of our comment section a lot, where you can tell people are using autocorrect a lot, right?
Yep.
And you often get auto-corrected to Alfred.
Alfred or Al-Jihad or
And
yeah.
so I'm like, if you're Alfred, does that mean I'm Batman?
You always claim you are, so you know.
No, I don't. I'm Batman. Yes.
I know.
But yeah, hey, I just thought that was funny. And Mum laughed. She thought it was funny. Anyway.
Yeah. I could see that because it's a thing. And Jodamo, thank you for joining Basic Membership on YouTube. Lovely to have you. You actually did that before the stream, and we need to start the bot because I already noticed a couple of questions.
Oh,
yes,
really?
so Red has chucked his question in there already.
All right, I will get it started. There's a lot of people waiting today. I was kind of surprised. And I'm going to be honest, I didn't have enough sleep because I was up watching, what was I watching? Some new series on Netflix again. And I'm not a car person, but I'm absolutely obsessed with this show. Car Masters Rust to Riches is what it's called, and every season I completely devour, and I don't know why, because I'm not a car person.
Because it's a bloody good series.
But I just love
I don't
it.
get it either. I'm not a car person, but I do enjoy that series.
I think it's the personalities. They just got, you know, they're like good friends and stuff. But yeah.
Look, I'm not a car person, and yet I love. Keep going to call it Galactic Gears, but I love Top Gear.
Yeah.
I love the antics they used to get up to. You know, who would have ever thought of strapping a Reliant Robin to a rocket and trying to launch it into space?
Okay, we've got a tier 1 subscription with a question. I've never seen this before on Twitch. This is throwing me a bit. So Nova A42 said subscribe to tier 1. Thanks for that. For 9 months. Holy shit, that's a baby. That's like as little as a baby. Oh wait, is that why they call it Twitch? Oh, I think I just figured it out myself. Yeah, it's a Twitch baby. All right, cool. Gib X1. I've heard that the ground vehicles have had their shields removed. Is it true? What do you think about it? Question. I haven't noticed that they've been removed, so I feel bad now. Have you, Algared?
Yeah, I hadn't. Well, I get into the bikes so often, I couldn't tell you.
I can tell you in that when we were flying around earlier testing them, I did crash into a rock and died instantly.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And one of the things I had heard is that, you know, the bikes are still useless because they hit a bike and they launch you into the stratosphere and then you blow up on landing. Although you blew up even before you landed.
Well, that's going to be interesting though, because now I think about the X1 specifically, the normal X1 has 1 shield and the Force has 2.
Yep.
So what is that? That throws out the stats quite a lot. What are they getting in compensation for that? Yeah.
So the Matrix of Lies indicates they've got vehicle shields.
So Citizen Ninja says the X1 Force is now the only hover bike with a shield. Okay. I don't know. My first impression with that X1 when I got in, as I said to Algared, how come they didn't make this fully enclosed? Like, it literally goes all around your legs, it goes all around the bike, and there's just a slither that they had to do across your head. And why? Why wouldn't you do the whole thing?
Why couldn't it be an option, you know?
Yeah, like what, did they just want, do they want their hair tech to show off in the top of the visor or something? Like,
yeah, I was a bit perplexed by that as well. The fact that the whole bike opens up, it goes,
yeah.
And then you kind of get on, and then it literally closes around the legs and the body and everything, and then you've got the head free. Like, oh man,
it just didn't make sense.
And I've got to admit, when I was looking at that, it just reminded me of the damn it, I forgot the German bicycle that was made after World War II.
Not the one with the skates on it. You're talking about something else.
No, not skates. It was basically built on a on the hull of the airplane. And so I've just got
sorry, Argo, I have to show this. I just went to look at the Luminalia stuff, and they gave me a mug. Woo!
Yep. You are one.
Don't excite me too much. What are you going to give me next? A handlebar, right?
Yep. But that does throw the theory we postulated on day 2. You know, like.
Argo, are you transmitting me your background? I've just realised because you are.
No, I probably am. Let me change that.
I am. I've just realised you're solid. You've done a space tomato on me.
I've done a space tomato.
Yes.
Because it defaulted to that. Hang on, let me just call that. There you go.
Yeah, cool.
No, I'm not solid.
Problem. All fixed.
But with postulated, you know, paints, jumper, shiny ball, one of the 3 ships type things would be, or whatever would be done. But no.
I was surprised by the prospector. That's the only thing that surprised me so far. I was like, oh, skins, sweet. We might get, 2 more? And we got another one straight away. So, yeah, hopefully we get a lot more skins. But a mug.
Yeah, but giving up the mugs.
It's not even a proper size mug, man. Like, look how tiny that thing is. What type of mug? I thought Americans had the biggest everything. Why is their mug so small? But anyway.
Because it's Banu. And the Banu don't want to give away too much. It's only small trinkets.
My mug's 3 times the average size, but anyway. And so I don't have to go out and get one, and it lasts longer when I'm doing streams. Anyway.
Yeah. But
does it say hot on the outside of the mug? Probably. Caution.
I have no idea. I do not know Banu.
Yeah, Jay, I'll get on that. I want to know what it says in the mug.
Well, Banu, Jail is more a Xi'an scholar.
Well,
he can do the Banu.
I'm hearing excuses out good, but anyway.
But well, I've got to speak for Joe, you know, because he's not here. He's more a Xi'an scholar. He can do the Banu, but when I've asked him in the past, he's that.
Oh, we lost him. He's had a stroke. Give him a second. He'll be back. Or maybe he won't, and I'll be stuck here on my own all day. All right, there he is. He's back. Hey, Argo. Go ahead, mate.
It was not a stroke.
This is just what I call it, because it's funny.
You're a harsh man. Harsh man.
Right, you're saying?
Yeah, so Jar will often push, you know, will say, hey, I'm not as good. These people are got the Banu better than I do.
Right.
So,
sorry, I got to do something before I forget. Rusty Pigeon. I have out of all the stuff that was given away last week, I've just noticed that you're in chat. You need to contact me. I've got a Saulian to Hull A CCU sitting in my hangar for you, mate. And I contacted you on Discord, and you haven't got back to me. So please get on Discord and get back to me so I can get that sent to you. You're the only person that hasn't got their thing squared away.
You are a holdout.
You are the holdout. You have delayed my plans for world domination. Please, Rusty, get in contact so I can get that sent off to you, mate. If you can hear me. Just let me know in chat that you heard me. Please.
Because that'd be nice.
Yeah. Right, sorry, Argo. But I had to do that because it was on my
needed to.
I've been holding it in my head all week going, must remember to talk to Pigeon. And
he has
been bothering me.
I can vouch for that. Whenever we'd be on and talking, he's like, I haven't got Rusty Pigeon.
Yeah.
That Rusty Pigeon, he's let me down. Yeah. Yes, Rusty Pigeon, we are doing fine. I hope you've heard the discussion. We're talking about you. Yes, you, Rusty Pigeon Gaming Channel. You are the person we're talking about. Contact X so we can get you that CCU that you need for your friend.
Yep. All right. He said, "Oh yeah, send a nomad for my brother-in-law. It was perfect." Wait. Oh, you sent a nomad? Yeah, but we sent a nomad.
But we got a CCU.
Wait, we sent you a nomad? Oh shit. Oh shit.
Does that mean you screwed up?
Oh shit. All right, well, I've just got $10 credit. Fun. No worries.
Oh, well,
I love how he says that. He goes, look, read that line. Oh, I sent a nomad to my brother-in-law. It was perfect. He turned it into a C1. Well, then it wasn't fucking perfect, was it? Because it's just C1.
No, well, it was perfect to just get him into a game. It had a gun.
No, it was perfect because it was like you could turn it into a C1 for less money anyway.
No, you see, it was perfect because that CCU, he already had a game pack. The
Yeah.
CCU was the credits of expenditure, which
Mm.
got the referral bonus for him. That's what's perfect. See?
Yeah, there we go.
That's what's
Well.
perfect. I get it. That's okay. No problem.
Yeah, so we honestly thought the patch was going to drop too as well. If you saw our latest video, we're like, oh yeah, it's coming tomorrow. Because that's what we thought. We honestly thought it was coming tomorrow, but no, still on the PTU, still not out.
I've got to admit, when we were talking, I did speculate maybe they'll hold it back because of issues, but we were expecting the patch to drop and then that they are and just suck it up because the holidays are coming close.
Yeah.
It'll certainly drop before they go on Christmas break.
Yeah,
that much I can tell you.
Yeah. So we actually bit the Algared knows this already, but I bit the bit yesterday and actually got a second monitor again. So I'm back in business now. So I go, I can't tell you how good it is to have a second monitor back. Oh. You don't realize how useful, and I've actually got 3, by the way, but because I got the one for the other PC.
Yeah.
This is the streaming PC, and this is the working PC. But to have it back, it was like having one hand tied behind my back all the time. So now I can look at the questions and all that again, and it was crazy how.
Yeah. Well, I split my screen into 3. I've got the YouTube on one side, our stream questions on the other side, and our stream in the middle.
Well, if I could have a 4th, I would. I'm not kidding. Like where I've got to now with the thing, like so right now I can have OBS open and the actual browser up there, so I'm controlling.
Yeah, if I had to have another one, I've had problems because I've got now lights up here.
Well, I now know you can do it though now because you've got that thing that we got. You could do it now if you had to. Yeah.
The lights and the camera and mic are kind of filled out the top bar, so
we have upgraded our grid in the last month or two. It's got, what did we get you? We got you some new lights just recently. That's the new
light
one.
We picked up the lights. X pointed out a
special
a stand. Yeah, the lights were on special with a Black Friday deal. So
he's got this vintage desk, and it's created this huge ass problem where I was like, well, how the hell are we going to get this work? And what we did was we found this stand that's essentially this big frame that goes up over the top of his monitor. So now it sits on his desk, and he can connect all this shit to it. So he's got
basically a frame that you'd normally use for doing to attach a camera so you could look straight down rather than straight out.
The way I did, you know how you the way I'd actually describe it, if anyone's ever seen it, is in stage plays they have this thing that they keep all the it's like a mobile clothing frame. I don't know how to, what would you call that, Algared? What they put clothes on? I can't think of the word, but it's literally just like a bar like that with 2. It's like a truss. I don't know what else to call it, but yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, but, I use one of those for my on my posters at school. Got them all clicked up, so if they're not on the wall, they can just be stored there. But yeah.
Yeah. All right. So we're obviously also waiting for ISC to drop, which has been notoriously late. I'm expecting again that we don't get to see it this week because the last 2 have been.
Because Jared has worked out when we stream, and he deliberately holds off and posts it after we're finished.
Close rack. That's it. Yeah. Thank you, Dark Mind. First time chatter. And I got another first time chatter. I don't want a ship. I just want the Nomad's ice breaking livery paint.
All I want for Christmas is the icebreaker delivery paint.
Let's have a look. What's the icebreaker delivery paint? I haven't seen that for a bit. This better be a good skin, or I'm going to be let down. I'm only looking because it's a first time chatter, but we'll see. All right, let's go look. Pledge store. Extras. Paint. Nomad. Cherry, Confine, Jackal, Polar. Oh, it must be one of the Christmas ones. Is that what it is? Is it?
Maybe will be.
What's his name?
Possible.
Sabonos? Sabone 95. Yeah. Well, it's no Sabone. Is that the Christmas one? Is that what it is? Anyway.
We'll find out.
Pretty sure. Anyway. Right. Algared, anything you want to talk about before we get into questions?
Yeah. Luminalia.
Yeah.
With Luminalia, we have some starter packs.
Oh, that's right. Algared did want to do a video on this, didn't you? And I said,
I did want to
let's
do a
talk
video
about it
on
on
this, but
stream.
let's talk about it on stream.
Hmm.
And before I even do that, Arthur Vanderlei, thank you for that $14.99 super chat.
Arthur's becoming quite a regular person of the givers of the cash, I've noticed.
Definitely, yep.
I don't know why Arthur, I've had to call him Algared. I've gone the other way. I've turned into the opposite of my mother where I call other people. Anyway, right.
And he's not even an Alfred. If this is an Alfred, I could understand you doing that, but no.
Oh dear.
Oh, Arthur does sound very, you know, upper stairs, whereas Alfred would be, you know, downstairs. But yeah. But thank you for that. So yeah, with the
hey,
with the Luminalia.
Sorry, Nature Watch is a streamer on Twitch, so I say hello to other creators. Hey, Nature Watch.
Yep. Welcome. If you have a look at those starter packs, there's some packs with Luminalia. These are available until the 8th of January. They are discounted packs, so if you buy them and then melt them, when you buy them back, you'll have to buy them back at the original price.
These are in Australian dollary-doos, though, aren't they? Yeah.
They are in Australian dollary-doos at the moment.
And I can't turn... Well, I'd have to go... Hang on.
But what makes these packs special, or I felt special, is the fact that they each come with 20,000 UEC cash as well. Now, usually 20,000 UEC is saved for the big packs, or the combined pack,
or the
small,
or the Nomad, or the Nomad.
Yeah, or the Nomad starter pack. But usually that's saved for the multi-ship packs.
That's weird.
When they brought out the Nomad and had that, it was
51.
Yeah.
Why didn't they just drop the 1?
Because they just took 15% off or 20% off or whatever it was. Now, of those packs, the two packs that really stand out to me, one is the Titan.
Wow, that is cheap. 56.
Because it's got a 20%. I think it's a 20% discount. And so you've got and the other one is the Cutter at 55. So, or 50. Sorry, the Cutter at 51, and then the 300i. But all of those packs have 20,000 UEC. So that's, and if you're trying to buy UEC on the channel, on their website, you're paying $20. So not only have you got the normal packet discounted, but they've actually chucked in a $20 sweetener as well, or a $19 sweetener, because they're usually these that have $1,000 or 1,000 UEC. And you've also got 24 months insurance as well. So they've upped the insurance, they've increased the UEC, and they've discounted the packs. If you're looking to give a gift to a friend, now's the time to get one. Get one of these, send it to them. Yes, it's not LTI, but they're good starter packs. So yeah,
I don't disagree. I'd agree with both those recommendations. Actually, that's so cheap for the Avenger. The Cutters.
I know when you were just looking at it, you were saying, "Oh, the Cutter's the best." The
Cutter's back to almost the Cutter's back almost to its original concept price, which is pretty good. Let's talk about this.
But then when you look at the Titan at $5 more, you go, yeah.
You also, even if you're just going through, I've also found that if you go through them, you get these skins as well at the moment. So a friend of mine picked up a Saulian this week, but I took him through the Avenger, so he got the skin for it.
So if you CCU to stuff and then...
Well, they're the old Christmas skins. So wait, he wanted, I'm thinking because they've given the green and red one, he wanted the white and blue one maybe. That might be what he was talking about that first time, Cheddar. He hasn't actually replied again, so I did want to talk about these though, Algared. Because they've also, I don't know if it'll actually be in here.
They have revamped them a little.
They revamped what they come with, but it's not, where was it? Do you remember? It was on the front page, I think, maybe.
Usually in,
my eyes are starting to get all wet and blurry. I can't see shit, which means I need to put these on.
I'd have to go and have a look at the website to remember. I can never remember.
Yeah.
I can never tell people how to get there.
Here we go. Found it. It was the next one along. So yeah, me and Algared noticed this, and I linked it to him. And all right, okay, maybe it's not this. Where was it? They've basically updated them, and it's not that great. It's kind of annoying. Just can't remember which one it was. It'll be in here somewhere, wouldn't it? Comlinks. The reason we're bringing it up though is they've added some little perks to it, basically, and it is yeah, I can't find it.
The biggest change we've done is they've added, or we've changed the discount vouchers. So they've turned them 6 monthly, I think.
Yep, and the event thing, and that was important because so essentially there is only one event a year that you go to, that's CitizenCon. And so they're basically making it that if you subscribe, you get to buy tickets before anyone else. So they've now gated CitizenCon, essentially, and that is what I was not happy about. And if I can find it, or if someone can link it to me, Lemming or one of the mods if you're around, I cannot find it. All right, all the mods are online. Hey, need help? Hey, need help? Need help. All right, we'll come back to that. Algared, do you want to take a question, man? And we'll come back to this in the meantime. But yeah, I just wanted to warn people. Also, don't buy it for a whole year. Again, they generally tell you when the tickets are coming up for sale. Then buy that month. Just buy $10. So they're trying to
subscriber stuff in between that you wanted.
Yeah, they're trying to FOMO people into buying it because CitizenCon's about. Well, this is the thing. It's about to be the biggest CitizenCon we've ever had. So they've gated it behind a paywall, and that's just disgusting, in my opinion. You know, but I don't know. It's just add $10 to my ticket, so to speak. But yeah, type of thing. But yeah.
Well, you know, if I use the subscriber funds to help with the stuff for CitizenCon, I'm happy with that because it is a part of the press stuff. Yeah. I know the subscriber stuff was originally for funding the digital content that was coming out.
Store subscriptions, thank you, Jack. That's all right. You said store subscription.
Yeah,
there we go. All right, here we go.
And then it gives you all the detail. I was literally
just gone this is it. Myself. Thank you for that. Who was that again? Jack Betts. Thank you, mate. Appreciate it.
I literally just dug that page up myself. That's why I was kind of distracted.
So it's this. So it's this part here. Be the first in line for tickets to all CIG's organised personal events. Well, there is only one organised personal event, including our global trotting celebrations of Star Citizen and Community CitizenCon. That said, there, Algared, you and I have heard that they're talking about doing a world tour, haven't we? So that would also include the local. So you'd get a second event, your local bar citizen, so to speak.
Yeah, but given that the local bar citizens are usually organised by the locals. Yeah. But that actually throws away my black card and your black card. Because the black VIP card actually gave first access.
Yeah. So yeah, that's all you're ever going to need is this access pass. I hate how it's defaulting to Imperial Editor and recurring. So you want to turn that off, and you want to turn it. Just the way they're doing it is very sneaky. And again, look at the quality stuff that you get.
Yeah.
Quality. Yeah, very quality.
Lovely planting for your ad.
Motivation. I feel very unmotivated right now.
Anyway. I thought I'd want a plant that overflowed, you know, so you couldn't see that it.
Yeah.
I know there are people who love that, you know, the Big Benny's face, the Star Kitten face or whatever, but I just thought,
yeah. It's not for, obviously that you're not going to have every. It's not for everyone. I'm sure there's someone out there that absolutely loves these. It just ain't me.
It's not me either. You know, but it reminds me of those Chinese cats. You know, the ones that you see in the shops that do the paw wave and which is, you know, I suppose that's kind of what
this thing
because there was a Star Kitten. Yeah.
That's that Chinese thing, yeah.
Yeah, because there's a Star Kitten one there as well. So, you know, I imagine it's part of the inspiration for it. But yeah, It's just not me. I'd never propose in my 890.
So last time, the first time chatter there called Double Tap One, he says, did subscribers not get early access to last CitizenCon? Was it Concierge? It was Concierge. And Concierge is a lot bigger than the subscriber base. And it's people that have already paid a lot of money. And I think that's kind of fair. Like, if you've already paid your dues, you've kind of shown that you've gone above and beyond. This is now asking, this just means someone that came along yesterday can literally buy their way into CitizenCon. That's like, and I know you can look at that as me looking like I'm entitled, but if you stand back and look at it, right, from a bigger picture, what makes more sense? Someone that's been there, supported the shit out of the game, or the guy that rocks up and pays $10? That's the point I'm trying to get at. And any normal person here that just hasn't put money in but have been here for a long time, he can also circumvent that. So he could have never gone to CitizenCon, never been into anything, and just turn up, pay $10 and go. And buy his ticket, obviously.
Your ticket, yeah. And I get that you know, it's an endeavour to try and streamline things to you know, trying to free up that bottleneck when you've got a subscriber, a concierge base that is just so huge.
It's not going to stop anything, though. That's the problem. Like this makes people feel like, oh yeah, that guarantees I'm going to get a ticket. No, it doesn't. Nope. It just means it guarantees them a shitload of money because everyone else is going to pay an additional $10 just to make sure they can get a ticket. Especially those VIP tickets that people that went in mere seconds.
I'm sorry, Luminalia. I'm sorry. It's not us. This is why you need to like, subscribe, and hit that bell, because sometimes YouTube, being YouTube, doesn't send out notifications, even though you've subscribed and hit the bell in the past. You've got to just keep checking it, because YouTube sometimes will unclick it.
Yeah, I know how to make Luminalia be quiet. It's pretty easy. Watch this. I'll do the impossible that Algared was never able to do. Right, so I'm going to show you something that I don't normally show you guys. So here, this is actually all our videos inside the content creator thing, so you can see all the ones we've done. And what I'm pointing out here is the fourth one down, called 3 ships we would fix for Luminalia. It's done.
Yep.
But it may never come out. It may just keep knocked back forever. Knocked back and knocked back forever. Anyway, yeah, that's how we make it be quiet. Every time you talk, I'm going to knock it back. Yeah.
Oh, that's cruel.
I'm just joking. But yeah. Anyway.
No, if you looked, you'd have possibly even seen the publishing date for that.
Yeah. I think when did we do it? December 9th. So yeah, we did it a week ago now. It's been done for a while. So yeah, she's done. Just got to wait. Well, it's just that we had things pop up. It'll probably come out this weekend or you know.
Yep. No, that's I think what we were originally planning, because of the way things were coming. We, you know, the stuff that came out this week was time sensitive. That one is one that's not time sensitive, so if anything comes up that's time sensitive, that will get pushed. And so always the way it'll go.
So Lemming's asking about early access, and well, that's the thing that's up in the air now. Lemming, they've now gated it behind this paywall. And they haven't clarified that, you see? You could be right now I think about it. Maybe the concierge still does get early access, but this also makes it so if you are a normal person, so to speak, or a non-concierge, you can pay. So, yeah. Negativity, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. VIP ticket wasn't anything special. There was way overbooked their offices with it. I was lucky that I work next door, so I parked at my office. Oh, cool, good to know. Right, so next time we're in LA, we get to stay with negativity. You hear that? That's what I heard. We're sleeping in an office. Bring out hammocks, Algared. That's what he said.
Yep. Thank you for offering us room and board.
Office space. That's great. We got no, just room and board. We got office space. That's what he said.
Yeah. Office space next door.
Yeah.
Do you know how quickly we can do? You know, we can go and do a tour and
a car. That was a car with our own parking space. Oh, God, man, luxury.
Oh, yeah, luxury, sheer luxury. Anyway.
All right, question time, I think. We've waffled on for way too much, but yeah.
Yep, that's okay. I'm sure the audience loved our radio talk show kind of intro. Zero's other question. Is there a Star Citizen Live this week?
Oh, that's a good question. Oh, there should be. Usually
there should be.
Yeah. There wasn't last week. That's right. Yeah, they didn't have one last week.
Whether it drops before we finish, that's another thing.
Yeah. That's a really good question. Yeah, so if they make it delayed again, and I can put this out in a poll if you guys want, but I'm actually considering dropping it back by a couple of hours just so we're catching those ISCs, because we've now missed 2 of them. And I don't know if it's a deliberate choice to change the time or they're actually just late with them. But we
wouldn't mind.
It's better for us. I can tell you for Algared. So, well, you're wrapping up now, so now it's not as bad, right? But that period over IAE was hell for Algared, right? Because he had to get up so early, and there were times that so he was literally getting up at what 4:30, and then he'd literally do the stream and then go to work, and so he was absolutely like he had an hour between when we finished to when he actually went to work.
We'd start those streams for IAE at 3 a.m., which means we would
get up that as well.
2 o'clock.
Yeah.
And then on those days, to do that, go to work, and then.
But there was one day. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I swear there was one day you got up at 2 o'clock. You did the AIE shit with me. Then we finished at about 4. Then we had about an hour break. Then we did a stream, and then it was 8 o'clock. Then you walked to work and started work at 9 a.m. Now, correct me if I remember that happened. No, that didn't happen?
No, because I start work at 8 o'clock.
Oh, shit. Okay. Right.
But
there were other... well, the next day you had to get up or whatever and go to work, so your clock was way out, right? So
it screws up. It screws up a clock. And then when you get up that early, you can't. If you're not working, you can catch up during the day, but when you're working, you've got other duties, you can't, and so you can't change it. You can't change your clock to suit that time frame. So, it makes life difficult, but that's life.
Yeah, so to reply to that question about ISC, Lemming's saying that ISC normally comes out about 5 hours from now. So yeah, that'll be about, I'm going to assume that's on the hour, so like 10 o'clock our time, around there.
Yeah.
But apparently you're on the list, Algared. Oh, shit. What'd you do now?
Yeah. She's checking it twice to make sure I'm always not.
Luminalia clause. Yeah.
Yeah, Luminalia.
Anyway.
So negativity again. Thank you for that super chat. Not needed, not essential. We do actually try and pay attention to the chat regardless.
He's done a second one.
He has, and he says, I have a Corvette, so I can take one of you. The other goes in the trunk. Hey, you're smaller.
Bullshit. Bullshit. I've met you in real life. You are easily smaller than I am. It's like a freaking garden gnome compared to me.
Oh, so slimmer.
Oh, wait. I have a Corvette. I can take one of you and the other goes in the trunk. Oh, negativity can go in the trunk. There we go. Problem solved. We can flip a coin for who drives. Yeah.
Oh, you drive.
Yeah. Or we could just do it Aussie style and have the trunk open and not closed.
Yeah, that's what Aussie
and ride it like a horse, from the trunk. But anyway.
Yeah. Anyway,
next question.
10 says shotgun, Algared shotgun in a tinfoil hat. There you go. See, they've already called me a shotgun. See,
they know you too well.
The fans already called it. I didn't even have to call shotgun. So there you go.
Yeah.
Anyway, gee, that was a question 1. Question 2. We've been trying to reach out about your ship insurance. How important is LTI on ships? Not very. So LTI is basically a gimmick. It was originally put in for original backers, and it was one of the perks they got. It meant it's all, and Chris always talked about it as being a minor convenience.
I've got
a mission would pay for insurance.
I've got a message here, but someone wants to stay anonymous. But they're just saying a little inside info. I was talking to I was in talks to join CIG to head up the subscriber program. They wanted to totally revamp it and add value. They hired someone with game industry experience, and this person had none. This was in 2020. Mildly interesting. So yeah, they do need to add a lot of value to it. And I think the simplest way is to basically put good frickin' subscriber perks in. I don't disagree there. Look at it this way, Algared. I would approach it in the same way you and I approached our Patreon stuff, right?
Yep.
Passive rewards. They just need to give you really good passive rewards because it's no work for them and it just becomes passive. So when Algared and I were looking at the Patreon stuff, we're like, we don't want to make this more work for ourselves, right? So what we did was initially we used to have a supporters room, or it was a room that you could come and listen to us when we recorded, and a room that we talked into before we were recording. So we just gated that behind the Patreon. And so, you know, if you spend $5, you can come talk with us before the show, and there's a supporters chat that we talk in, and you can get, well, it's easy for us to see messages in the Discord and stuff like that. And then the final room is just $10, and you can actually listen to us record.
No.
And it was passive. That was it. We were done.
And occasionally they could put a question in the supporters chat, and we'd see it and answer it. I'd say occasionally because we wouldn't always catch that, you know.
Well, can you imagine if they had a Discord and you could literally listen to Disco record? Like, it doesn't have to talk to you or anything. Just listen to the behind the scenes as they recorded that week's show, and watch a live stream. So they could set up a live stream camera, and you could watch the behind the scenes as they record it.
And
people would
how
love
do we know
that.
they can do that? How do we know they can do that? Because we do that.
Yeah, it's so simple. It would be literally all they would be doing is joining a Discord and having a mic that covers the whole studio that they're recording in and a webcam. Done. That costs them what, $200 to set up, and that's nothing for the amount of money they'd be making on subscriptions. And then basically anyone that basically pays for Imperator or whatever it is, the $10 plan and up, you could just go there and watch when they're doing it, and they just have a schedule, and every time it goes live, it just sends out notifications. It'd be pretty simple. And Algared and I do that manually, but we probably should automate that now I think about it.
Yeah. No, we and you know, there are other little bits and pieces we did try and do, but I think I'm still waiting for monthly updates from several of you.
Yeah, but thank you for that message, because that's kind of like in par with what we've heard before. But yeah, that person wanted to remain anonymous, so I have done so.
Yeah.
Right. Algared, do you want to do another question, please, bud?
Yeah, I was just reading the chat because there were several mentions of me, and I'm trying to work out the context. But the question from Lazarus was talking about ship insurance. And how important is LTI? And LTI is not that important. It was always a minor convenience.
Yeah.
That's always been what CIG have said. It's always what Chris Roberts has said. Chris has always said that you do a mission, you do a box mission type thing, and it should pay for the month's insurance. It's that type of thing. If you've got big ships, once you're going to those capital ships or large ships, anything over $1,000 automatically gets LTI. So you don't have to worry about it for those. So it's those ships like an 890 jump that's kind of there but not there yet. They're the ones that I think really need it. But I'm on record with CIG saying anything that you buy in a store now, whether it's cash or credit, should have LTI. You know, I've argued that numerous times. You know, but it's they know, but we as an audience, we as backers made it into a thing. CIG never made it into a thing. We did.
I've just chat, just let me know. I've turned on my air conditioner. It may make my voice go funny, so please let me know, and I'll have to turn it off if it's done that. But it's getting very hot here.
Oh, that's bad news. Men's will get very hot here soon.
No, so there's a problem. Algared, I haven't ever told you this, but there's a problem in my house. So just above, for some reason, when they put in the insulation into my house, they ran out of insulation, and so like 1/3 of my roof above my room is not covered. So you can imagine all the heat that accumulates in the roof is forced through that gap into my room. Nice. So I actually have those temperature things, and last summer when it was really hot one day, I put one in the hallway and I put one here. Now, if you know anything about heat and science, some people understand what I'm saying, but there was a 7-degree difference. That is huge. From one room to the next, that's nuts. We'll put it this way, global warming was 1 degree, right? So you can imagine what a 7-degree difference does. So it was like I can be sweating in here, and out there it's cool as hell. So yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, I can't answer why they're saying on my eye because I'm blurry.
Yep.
I can't answer that for a reason why, because on my end everything's fine. It must be on an uploady thing your end.
I double check. I've got
But I just checked OBS. That's still up. I just checked.
No,
the camera, that's still up.
Unless it's someone at my house. That could be the thing. It is 5:43 a.m., but I doubt anyone is up at this time of day. But yeah,
for once, it's not my internet.
It could just be the connection between me and you as well. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
So that's another option.
Yeah, my air conditioner is taking all the rendering power. Yeah, that's it. It's my air conditioner that stuffs you up, Algared.
Yeah, of course.
Suck it up, princess, as you'd say. Yeah.
I was seeing the Alice AI, and I'm thinking, why are they saying I'm AI? And yeah, so
well, that's why we call you 8-bit Al. Every once in a while.
Yeah, well, actually, SCA when we were first talking, when I was first talking about the Javelin when it first came out, I said, hey, look, I've got the credits here because I'm waiting to buy this pack. Should I go for it? And I went, hey, and one of the guys said, look, if you manage to get one, we'll make an 8-bit Al. And so they did actually make an 8-bit Admiral Al little icon. So so there is an 8-bit Al out there. There you go.
I'd probably just make it 4 pixels.
Yeah, you would. Yeah, you would.
Yeah. Anyway. All right, we don't have any questions today, which is kind of surprising. But
no, we've got lots of questions. We just haven't answered any.
Yeah, well, no, not really. I'm looking now. Unless I'm mistaken, we've only got like one. What's that? About 12 questions. That's what we've got left. So yeah, this is gonna be a really quick stream.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, about 12.
Yeah. All right. Next one's by Monster Avery. Question: with the ship hulls becoming construction materials, do you think that will be enough to base for? I'm assuming he means for base building. Or will we need other materials?
Whatever they decide.
I think at the moment it's called construction materials, but I think it's going to be split into a great many more different things based on what we've seen inside the Crucible. And the Crucible had many different... Do you remember that, Algared, with all the tubes and stuff?
Yeah. But the fact that it has... the Crucible is just... It's a second-tier godship.
Yeah.
If the Endeavor is as a godship, the Crucible is a lesser god.
The second coming. But yeah. No, the Crucible... Well, and again, I think it just proves that what we've been saying all along about the Reclaimer and the Crucible, they are going to dovetail really well. You know, but we'll see.
Oh, and they're both going to, they're both going to, whatever price they are now, just look at what's happened to the Hull C. Hull C was the same price. It's now... You are going to have to chuck a refining ship in there though as well to go between the two. Oh, yeah. But once that's done, it'd be kind of interesting. Well, we've always said the salvage and repair that they're talk and chew. So if you've got a reclaimer, we'd often say, hey, look, if you've got a reclaimer and you're looking at doing repair, this dovetails in really nicely. And then if you've got components and you're repairing components and then you're upgrading them in your Endeavor and overclocking them, then selling them in your merchantman, you can see it as a cycle there for everything you could want to do.
Randy Alom, thank you for the tier 1 subscription. He's done 16 months. Have we been doing this for 16? How long have we been doing this, Algared, on Twitch?
Yeah,
on Twitch. I know we've been doing it on YouTube for almost...
On YouTube, we've been doing about 7-8 years now.
No, but I mean just streaming. I think we've been streaming...
2 years?
We must be coming up to 2 years. I know we started it after an AIE, right? So we must be coming up to 2 years. Streaming. And then Twitch we started later. I can't remember how much later, but I think it was almost a year later we started Twitch. So yeah. Interesting. Oh, that's how you know you're old. You forget everything. Yeah.
You're getting old when you can't remember when you started something. So.
All right. Great question. Well, okay, we can skip that one because it's not a question. All right, Algared, go. You go.
Monster Avery. With ship construction, do you think vehicles are even less valuable, easy to build craft? Of course. Why do you think we don't recommend vehicle?
He just asked the same question on YouTube and Twitch. I just see what he did there.
No, yeah.
It is slightly different.
They're slightly different.
Ship construction. Do you think the vehicles are even less easy to build? Look, I think they've made it construction materials to obviously to help with base building, hence why it's called construction materials. Yeah, Algared. But I think eventually construction materials will turn into many myriad of different things.
Yeah, I think you're going to need, you know, you're going to need your beams. You're going to need whatever they're going to need. They're going to say, oh, you need electronics now. You need.
Yeah.
You've been in other games.
Yeah.
You've been in other survival games where you've got your tier of things you want to build. You need your, you know, your iron, your electrics, your.
Well, why would you make it so complicated that you've got to get all the materials when you can just make it one material so you can essentially test bed that everything's working and then split it up later? That's essentially what they're doing. They're laying a test bed so to make sure it works, and then they'll split up the materials. Because that stuff, that's easy stuff, but it just makes it annoying when you're trying to build stuff to test. So if you just make it one material that you need, simple, you know?
Yeah. All right, we've got it now working. Now we can add this material and this material and this material, and you can add, you can increase the mats that you need. Fully see that.
But that's kind of more when you get into like the mats type of, you know, that's a different design thing, isn't it? Yeah. And
if we're now going to be able to build ships, which originally we weren't going to be able to do, we were going to be able to get the components and do bits and pieces.
Draconis says they have said that is what they are doing. Where did they say that, Draconis? Can you please link it? Because we've clearly missed it. But I'm, you know, just going by my time in design and stuff.
Yeah. But, you know, it's definitely a no-brainer to me. It's yeah. You know, you start off with one thing and then you do everything else. And when you think of what Star Citizen is and how much detail they're going into, you know, all the different steps in mining or salvage or whatever, to have a one-stop, one material for building doesn't make sense. And if we're going to be able to build ships now, you want that to be a complex stage. You want to be able to go, okay, for this ship, you need these mats, you need computers, you need wiring, you need blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, 100% see them spreading that out. But will vehicles be easier to build? Yeah, because they'll use less materials.
Yeah. All right, what's the next one? Sebastian, vehicles such as the X1 need headlights. Agree or disagree? I agree with that, especially when you're going at night and there's big fat rocks that I crash into. Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
Yep. Every ship needs lights that work.
Yeah, we'll get there.
Like you got great big massive lights on a ship, and you're coming into a planet and you can barely see 50 feet in front of you. What the? So yeah,
we'll get there.
Lights.
Yeah, we'll get there.
We will.
You go.
Rusty Pigeon Gaming. How do you light the starter packs with the extra 19,000 UEC?
I think you talked about this, but yeah.
We already talked about it.
Go again.
See? But yeah, I think they're great. I think the Avenger pack is really good value because the different packs have also been discounted different amounts as well. So some are discounted 15%, some are discounted 20%. And that's why the Avenger is so good against the Cutter. The Cutter is 15% discounted, so it's $51, whereas the Avenger is discounted 20% and it's $56. You know, and it's just the price difference is just So,
but they're the two we recommend, the Cutter and the Avenger.
They're the two I'd recommend. If you want something in between, I think the 100i is not too bad either. But
I recommend them too. That's why I said we. But anyway,
yeah, I know. but you know they're all good packs. But the two best ones are definitely the Cutter and the Avenger. I know some are saying, oh, but what about the 300i? There's no 300i.
I think the only other one I could possibly recommend would be the Nomad, but the only reason I'm recommending that is if you're turning it into something else.
Yeah,
that's the the person we gave the Nomad to, they turned it into a C1. That kind of tells you straight away. Yeah.
When that first came out, I bought one for my nephew, and I said, look, I'll get you this because this is the best package we've ever put out. But if you like it, keep it. But I reckon you should upgrade it to the Cutter, to the Cutlass. I don't know whether he did, but
I don't know if this will show it. But I actually brought one of a mate of mine got into the game and he wanted a Saulian, and I'm pretty sure it's gone from my hanger now because I gifted it to him. But it was up here at the top because it said gifted, but no, I think it's gone now.
Yeah, it's gone now.
Yeah, it's gone. But what I gave him, that's what I had for Rusty Pigeon, so I don't need that anymore. I got rid of that. But what I gave him was an advanced starter pack, Algared. Do you know? Do you know what that's worth now? It's like so I did the math, like as if you're going on today's prices, that's worth $150, and it cost me $60.50 Australian, because of the GST. But he couldn't believe how cheap I was giving that to him for. So he actually, just so people understand what like the older pack is, with the older packs, it's got this thing on it called Legacy Alpha. And Legacy Alpha translates to you get Squadron 42 and Episode 2 of that, Star Citizen, LTI, and whatever ship it is.
Well, if you've got another one of those, just like my Pioneers reserved for you, reserve that for me.
Yeah, I've got 2 of them if you want one.
Because I don't have Legacy Alpha.
Well, here, Algared, I will show you. I've got 2 of them. You can have either one you want. I'll show you now. So why everyone else is looking. And you know what? Why don't we do some kind of thing? It's going to be a weird-ass giveaway, but I'll be giving away access. Maybe I can sell it to someone at cost. You know what I mean? So cost is a huge discount, right? So I'll go back here to show you what it is. Because I don't usually make money off my stuff, right? A lot of the stuff I keep. So there's one there. That would be one of them. So this is the very first thing I ever brought on the store. That's one of them. And then that's the digital freelancer. And then I got one called Colonel. And the Colonel one is the Hornet. And the other one I had, the other pack I had was even a bit... You know when you got the Rear Admiral, Algared? You know what the Rear Admiral pack is, right?
Yep.
Yeah. It was at the same time as that, but it was called the Advanced Starter Pack. So it was an Aurora ES with everything I mentioned. And I'm just looking for the other one, and then we'll be done. And of course it's... There it is, Digital Kernel. Right, so what these are, there you go. So this is the Freelancer or a Digital Kernel. They're both the same price. So you can take your pick of ship. I think the more valuable one at the moment is probably the Freelancer. Because it's gone to 125. I think this is still 110. I'd have to double check. But yeah, you can see there, starting out for UEC, lifetime insurance, digital soundtrack, digital star map, digital engineering manual, legacy alpha, which is what I mentioned before. Yeah, and the rest you understand. This one is exactly the same. So you get the same contents, it's just really the ship difference. But what you're getting there is clearly a ship, but it's the fact that you can... It's the only way you can get Squadron 42 at the moment, by the way, is to buy one of these packs. And they're rare as hen's teeth. So rare, Algared doesn't even have one. I didn't know you didn't have one.
I did actually scroll back, and I did actually acquire one ages and ages ago. But because it was one of those accidental melt when I was consolidating and putting everything to get other stuff. And it's one of those you can't unmelt once they're melted.
Okay.
So, but yeah, it's not that some people are saying in our chat, I got Squadron 42 via Concierge. Yes, you got the first installment of Squadron 42. Squadron 42 was always going to be 3.
Yep.
Three.
They've even got the name of it. It's called Behind Enemy Lines, is what episode 2 is called. So yeah.
So, and episode 2, the disc. So if it was coming out in disc 1 is Squadron 42. Disc 2 was basically what early backers were able to get, which is what that advanced.
Do you know what? My memory is shot because I had the Freelancer at like 135, and it's saying here it's 110. Wow. Okay, my memory
started.
Well, what is it now? Well, okay, right now it's saying the Hornet is 110. Let's look at the Freelancer. Freelancer is still 110 apparently, according to this.
Oh, there you go.
I might have mixed it up with the price of the DUR. That might be why. Why is the Freelancer still 110? That's nuts. That should easily be like 125. Yeah, don't give them ideas. Yes, true. But yeah, you can
you know the rule. Keep it secret. keep it safe.
Yeah, true. There you go. Pick up Freelancers because it's probably going to go up in price. But yeah, Algared, you can have one of those if you want one. Yeah, for sure.
Yep.
At cost, obviously. Yeah.
I'll just deduct the price off the Pioneer.
Sure thing. Sounds good.
So.
Yep.
And the Pioneer is as.
Actually, if I change that, yeah, of course. If I change it back to Australian for a second, they need to fix this thing. It's so annoying. And refresh. So it goes up by $11. So there you go. Just 10%. But anyway, yeah. So maybe we'll give the other one away at some point. To someone
and
again.
it doesn't matter which one because the ship is irrelevant to me.
Yep.
I only need it for the that second disc. Yes, $110 for a second disc.
So you just want it to get like the second thing.
Yeah, the legacy.
Well, then technically it just work out cheaper to buy it when it comes out, and there'll probably be a collector's edition for it. So why don't you just buy it when it comes out?
The other option as well, but
yeah. No, you're cool. I think that's an overkill because knowing you like I know you, you're gonna buy every copy of the box anyway. I know you. So
given
I think you're doubling up.
Given that I had already asked about how we can get the other boxes. Yes. That's
Actually,
why I have a constellation pack.
A couple of weeks ago, Algared, someone linked me, and I can't remember who it was. They did it after the stream. But you remember how we had the boxes and it had the... I can bring it up. They had the constellations on. Yeah, there was a 4-box and it had like a Freelance and a Aurora and a constellation, and they were like, all 4 of them were like...
All 4 of them go together to make the Squadron 42.
It looked awesome. Yeah, it was really cool.
And that was the idea of the 4 boxes. And way back in 2014, I said, hey, look, I've got this pack with the 1 box, but how can I get all 4 of them? And Chelsea said, look, if you get this pack, when they come out, I reckon they're going to be to upgrade everything to get all of them, it's going to cost this much. This pack would cover it, get the pack, and then melt it at the time. Now, given that both boxes were being locked in, or they were trying to lock them in for production value and all the rest of it, and they didn't want to keep, we got to do 1,000, we got 500, we got to do 10,000, and it was constantly changing.
I found it.
Tried to lock that in.
Algared, I found it not by accident, but I did Google it. I found it. That's it there.
Yeah.
Can we visit? This is probably it. Nope. It's freaking Pinterest. God damn it. It does say, wait, Pinterest usually has links to the original. Or does it not? Visit. There we go. Visit. No, visit. Hey, here we go. This is it. There we go. Yeah, this is what someone linked me. I think that is kind of very cool.
Yeah, I always like that idea.
Yeah. It does look a little bit dated now. I don't know how else to say that because it feels very, 2010.
Well, 10 years ago.
Yeah. But it still kind of looks cool. Like you update that, give it a bit of a splash of color. But you got to remember, this is technically Star Citizen, not Squadron 42, right?
This was the box that was coming for those packs, and so it went with your gold, your red, all the gold, the green, whatever the box colors were. And so it had the different colors. But so that told me there were 4 colors, or that's how I always thought it'd be 4 colors, 4 boxes, 4 designs.
So I want something akin to the Star Wars posters where they have, how they have all the characters and stuff. I want something like that for Squadron 42. I reckon that would look absolutely sick.
With all the actors.
Yep. Absolutely. You got me in one. Yeah. So something, you can have your Squadron 42 logo or whatever. You can see where I'm going with this pretty quick, right? Starfield.
Just imagine all the stars.
Yeah. Starfield did it pretty well. So you could have something like Vega or some kind of planet like that, and a Vandal King ship and a Bengal or whatever, you know what I mean? So you can see it all makes itself pretty quickly. You can have your characters. So you'd have a Vandal, you'd have your Zion, any characters that kind of appear, all the actors and shit like that. So yeah, I don't know.
I just think even one with just all the actors' faces, like Andy Serkis character, the Mark Hamill character, the Gary Oldman character, the Gillian Anderson character.
Because I can't do a poll, if you'd like us to know what type of cover you would like, put put question in your word, but put statement there as well, and just say this is the type of cover that I would like. Because I'd love to know what other people think as well. Because obviously this game's for all of us. This is just my idea. Algared, do you have another idea besides this one of what you would like to see? Is it possible? You agree? Okay.
I'd love to see the actors' fate. One with all the characters. Because there are so many stars, so many A-grade stars, or old, I did see someone refer to.
I've heard someone say they want a drawn one like this. See how it's just all drawn? So there are other styles as well. I just like the whole idea of. I've always loved these movie posters with the heads like this, and they're a very 80s thing, believe it or not. You know, like
they were a very 80s thing. People would collect the movie posters
and the drawn stuff as well. But now they're all just this high glossy. You know, they'll like, and a lot of the time they're just like, I don't know, they're just not as good. Like if I go,
that's because you're old now, Execute.
I just think we've lost a lot of the.
Back when I was a boy,
I think
we used to have great pictures. We used to have great movie posters.
Wait, can you what is it? 23 movies, and then it might bring up the. Yeah, there we go. Here we go. So this is how they all look now. They just take the main character and slap a thing underneath them, and it's just. I don't know. They're almost like they're designed for Netflix, not designed for. Well, look at this one. Look at like not to pick on this movie, but this is a good movie. I did watch this a couple of weeks ago. Old Dads. Oh, it's not coming up now, but it's literally just the three main characters.
Yeah,
won't let me open it.
Yeah, I know the one you're talking about.
But yeah, this one here. So yeah,
so it's three characters and that's it. And
they're just not the same. Like because again, you can do it all digitally, or you can do it with a photo, and it's just. This one's pretty good though. Nowhere. No, I've seen that movie. That's actually a pretty good poster too. But yeah, my point, right? There's like when someone had to sit down there and draw it, and it was a piece of art. This is just photos because it's easier. And yes, I guess the argument can be made. It looks better. It's more realistic. Blah blah blah. But I don't know. So yeah, I'd like to know your thoughts, guys. We'll get through to that when we actually maybe we can cut ahead to the ones that say statement because there is one there. So Danger UXO says statement. I think a version will throw back to the Wing Commander box. Actually, let's have a look at that. That's a really good idea. Let's have a look at that. That would be a nice throwback. Oh, Freelancer do that too. So Wing Commander box art. Oof. Yeah, that is a little dated. Okay, but this is what I meant. See? Aha! That's kind of what I was talking about. So yeah, that works as well. And you can see that instead of it being this triangle, it'd be the Squadron 42 logo. So that works. But if we're going back this far, no, you can keep that one. That one's a bit too dated for me.
But the Heart of the Tiger one, easily. And I'd love to see that. You know, especially when you consider all the stars that are in it. Like it's basically a movie.
Yeah.
I did see someone talking about, and I was starting to say this before you
mate.
Went on a tangent, but I saw someone talking about how someone was saying they didn't recognise the stars or the people in it, and someone said, it's all 80 stars because all the fans and the designers are all old, or all the designers are all old, so they're going to the old stars. Well, no, they are, but they're doing that because we the backers says, hey, it would be really good to get Mark Hamill and John Rhys-Davies into this. And hey, it'd be really good if we could get people from X-Files or these people or these people. And Chris went, okay, you want it. That's what we'll do.
Yeah.
And then you had people like Henry Cavill say, hey, I want to be in it.
What do you think about that one? I'm not a fan of that one personally. I think it's almost, well, I know it's hand-drawn, but it just, I don't know, it doesn't. If you've played Freelancer, it just doesn't. I don't know. It doesn't speak to me.
You know, that to me actually has almost, and I know this is way before, but it almost has Firefly vibes.
A little bit with the brown coat,
The main character with his coat, a single ship in the background.
It reminds me of Fifth Element, believe it or not, for some reason. Just the 90s style and yeah. I don't know what it does.
Yeah, I did like those games.
Actually,
I didn't play Freelancer as much as I played Wing Commander, but I'd actually started on Elite, and I used to play Elite all the time, and then.
So that's Fifth Element's one. Even they have that's a good cover. But this is the one that was actually the movie poster, that one. And then believe it or not, there's a new edition out, and they've gone back to a hand-drawn style. I was looking at it the other day because I was thinking about picking it up. It's not this one. Let's see if we can find it. Blu-ray 2023. This one. So they went to this, and it's a full-on, like, it's all art. I don't know if you can see that, Argo, but yeah, it looks.
It's very small, but I can see it. I
Yeah.
can see it, but the style is very different.
Yeah,
So
it's really interesting. But yeah, I don't know. I was thinking of picking that up for myself. I'm a big movie buff. It's that and 3D printing are probably my two big hobbies. So yeah. Anyway, enough of that stuff.
enough of that.
We'll go across them
movie
if you
box
guys drop a
box kind of
statement.
things.
No one else has dropped
Yeah.
a statement, so I think we're good anyway. All right, so that means we've bored people to death with that. All right, well, let's move on.
Yep. Hey, that's what happens when you listen to a radio.
Mm.
You know, we'll go onto tangents and down rabbit holes, and that's the way it goes.
Yeah.
All right, Survivorolly says, do you agree that a medium Argo salvager would give a raft more purpose? I made a Spectrum post arguing it would suit the raft's deep space features, range, armor, hab area, etc.
It's definitely one of the manufacturers are in the contention. Absolutely. I think the other one that me and Argo bring up is Considered Outland as well. That'd be the two biggest contenders, I think, for a repair and salvage, actually. I think that, well, look, put it this way, Algared, I'd be willing to bet if one got one, the other would get the other. Would you kind of, or unless one gets both, you know?
Look, I could easily see Argo having that salvage / repair link, just because they originally started off doing the rail network repair, and they cracked that and have the rail networks revamped and working perfectly again. They're into the dock, you know, and traditionally Argo are the stevedores. They're the guys who are going, you know, taking stuff from planet to station, you know, unloading ships and all the rest of it.
Well, I'll put that back to you then. What do you reckon's more station based? They've got to clean up a mess like salvage to get rid of something that's gone wrong, or repairing. I would say the repair personally, but
I could see both. You know, you've had
I know both.
Accident.
I know both. But my question was,
but if you had to choose,
which is more, which is higher up, and I think it's repair if it's higher up. But
I could see a case for both, because you have a catastrophic accident, there's debris everywhere, you've got to clear that up so that you can actually open the trade lanes. Well, but equally, if something breaks on the station...
We're coming back to that old argument of prevention rather than cure, and I think prevention is always, you know, so that, well, you know...
so you're doing the repairs as they're needed, so that's really important, but also you've got to do the cleanup to also prevent more accidents happening. So both of those are really, really important for that station.
What if it's a really
maintenance.
What if it's just some kind of weird, bizarre ship that's literally both? Like, we've never even well, think about it. You've got things like the Galaxy, right? Yep. What if they brought out a ship? And I'm just trying to think how they would do this, but a ship that was modular and it did both.
Yeah, look.
Makes sense. It would make sense if you kind of think about it, because there's a time and a place. Well, think about it. You pull out the Argo mole and it's got one module in it. Oh shit, we now need to go do salvage this because things went really, really wrong. You go straight back into the station, quickly flip it over. It works on many levels.
Yeah. So I just got distracted by a question that someone was asking about Argo, not Argo ships, but agricultural ships.
We'll get into that in a second. Well, we've also got someone asking about...
That's going to be way down the list, so I'm going to save that. So.
Well, someone's just saying in Twitch, engineering ship. I don't think there would be an engineering ship. I think every ship would need an engineer, type of thing. That's my...
I think an engineering ship is basically a repair ship.
Or wouldn't it be akin to the Super Collider, or you know those people that tinker the components they talked about? That would be an engineering ship, would it not? So tinkering the components.
So if you're tinkering the components and overclocking a component, that's an endeavor, and I don't think there's anything smaller than that that can do it.
Not at the moment. There probably will be in the future.
Way back in the day, and I'm sure you've got one. They sold the workshop table.
Yeah, I got one. Yeah.
Can't get it. Can't get it anymore. Can't find it anywhere. But was a table that you could put in your hangar that enabled you to actually overclock or do repairs on components and stuff.
I wonder how much it's worth then, considering how much the have you seen how much the Benny's Noodles machines are going for?
No.
Man, I wish I'd subscribed for that month now when it was available, because they're worth like some ludicrous amount, like $1,500 or some shit.
Oh, man, I'll got one. I think I'll put it on the market.
Yeah, like
anyone want one for $1,500?
I'll take one for free. You know, at cost, Algared. Yeah. No, but it's just a box. It doesn't do anything. And eventually in game, you'll be able to just like steal one from Benny Hedge. So who cares, you know?
Yeah. Well, people were stealing them from Benny Hedge.
Yeah.
The other thing is, that box does less than the liquor cabinet used to do.
Yeah.
The liquor cabinet used to be able to take drinks from it, and you'd get the different bottles, and you drink, and you get blotto.
Yeah. I still think the best.
And then fly your ship drunk.
I still think the best subflare, if they ever bring it back, was the jukebox. So when
it worked.
Yeah, the jukebox worked for many years until it didn't. But what it was there was a folder called MP3, and you put your own MP3s in there. And so when you went in game and you pressed the button on the jukebox, it would just start playing your MP3s into your in game. It was fantastic. And if they bring something like that back, that'd be awesome, because then you could be on your ship and just play your own MP3s while you're cruising around the ship.
I'm not sure I could do it on the ship, because they got run into those copyright issues of it, because it could be heard elsewhere. But when it was in the hangar, because it was your own individual hangar.
Well, it's your own ship. That's what I'm saying. But I guess you come to things like that. But imagine if you could, like, say, connect into your Spotify account, and you could play your Spotify account on your ship, or things like that. I guess they could work out some kind of legality with the people doing it. I think the main people that would run a contention is content creators. Like, if they're playing, someone on the ship is playing a song, that would be a problem. But
yeah, indeed. You know, but it'd be nice to have that working. It'd be nice to have the calendar actually work as well. So the calendar was just stuck on one date. It used to work, and it's just stuck on one date. So it doesn't scroll over. But it was nice, because that also, the old calendar also used to have all the key. You scroll through, you could actually see key dates in the UEE calendar.
I remember when the highlight was the fish tank. Oh god, I'm going back here now, but yeah. So the first thing what they did was they put a bunch of stuff into the game because they wanted to test the store, and so they basically gave us all Alpha UEC, and then on the website, and then basically got us to go buy these things, but we got them for free, and that was testing the store. And then obviously they went into selling ships and etc. etc. But yeah, way back then we all got like these free fish tanks and
a fish tank and the different fish.
And there's a really rare fish that I've got, which is. Well, it sounds stupid now because you can't even use them, but there's like a Midas fish, which is like this gold fish, and it was never sold. It was only ever given, and things like that. But eventually, that'll all come around again, you know.
I can remember the fish tank. The Roshu crab used to come in. You know, I think used to go in and out of its shell.
Yep.
And so you could sit there for hours just watching your fish tank.
It was almost, they would
almost as
whoever coded it actually coded it quite well. They will actually swim around the tank and up and down, and you could just leave. Apparently there was a person back when it first came out. They were just streaming it, and you could just sit there and watch the fish tank. So
yes, the Stellasonic jukebox is still available in the store.
Yep.
Some things aren't. Some things are. So the Big Benny machine is not available.
All right, I think we can answer that question right now by Hook 205. 322 this week, absolutely. It's got like the latest we've ever seen a patch come out is the 23rd. So it's usually because they want to go home and spend Christmas Eve with their family. So yeah, I would say you're pretty much on the money within a week now, because what is it, 8 days to the 23rd for us. So that would make it 9 days in the up over. So yeah, I think you could safely say if you were betting, yes, in the week, but worst case scenario, 2 days later. So nine days at the worst.
Yeah, I would say 9 days at the worst. They'll get it out before, it'll be their Christmas drop, and they drop it, and then they go on break, and they just gather the analytics for me during that week. But yeah, I'd rather they get it out when it's ready rather than just dumping it because they've got to get it out. And I know that's counterproductive, and I'll probably regret that, but yeah.
Algared is stuttering because he can see what I'm doing, but you guys can't. That's fine. You'll catch up in a second.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
I have to sometimes just close my eyes and you know, put blinkers on and pay attention to other stuff. Yeah. So North End Trooper has a question. They say, as with the Scorpio Centauri's turret comment from CIG, should it be that the co-pilot can have a cone for EMP gamified for larger range, disabling ships through the turret camera?
That'd be cool. That'd be really cool. Like almost like a shotgun or a focused. Yeah, that's a really cool. Who came up with that? That's a cool idea. I like that.
Yeah. So I haven't read the comment from.
Can someone link that? Yeah, can someone link that? And we'll have a look at that. That's kind of a cool. I like that idea.
Mainly because, you know, and I haven't read that, mainly because I avoid or I don't go on to
Spectrum. Do you know what it reminds me of, though, Algared? It reminds me of the shield. What's that shield on the Tavara?
The shield.
Yeah, and it's on the Defender too. Yeah, that thing. So it's like an attack version of that.
Yeah, look, and you know, best defense is attack. So yeah.
Yeah.
And the Tavaran used to use their shield offensively as well. So, you know, so they could shift things around, they could barge their way through stuff. But yeah. Anyway, another question.
Argo is distracted again, if you can't tell. I can tell because I know him too well. Right, go ahead. Next one.
Starbon 95. Yeah, no, your audience, you'll notice I'm now looking to my side. That's helping me not get distracted.
Yeah.
Starbon 95 says insurance and UEC value. Question. Your thoughts on how insurance will be implemented and the value of LTI, UEC, and versus Alpha UEC. Well, Alpha UEC will just be UEC.
Yep.
That's just a correlation.
And
LTI.
I think the others just come down to time. Yeah.
LTI is lifetime insurance. Just means I don't need to continually update my ship hull insurance. That's so LTI and ship hull insurance, they're the two things that get compared. Yeah. UEC and Alpha UEC, they're nothing. They'll be the same. That's just when it changes, though, the UEC that's in your account will be what you've got, and the Alpha UEC will be disappeared. And yeah, but LTI, it's just a thing. It's just a convenience. It just means you don't have to keep worrying about your insuring your ship. Now, I very early went, oh crap, I've spent lots of money on a ship, and I can imagine myself one day, because I know how I'm in games, I'll go broke and I'll take my ship out because I need to make some money, and it'll get destroyed, and then I've lost my ship. Oh crap, I need LTI. Now, that was the FOMO, you know. CIG have since come out and said that that basically you wouldn't lose it permanently. It'd just take longer to get back, or it'd be in hangar and you'd be able to repair it at a later point. Yeah. But we still don't really know.
They've suggested a couple of different things, though.
I have suggested a couple of different things.
That's why I said it comes down to it generally comes down to time. They've even came out and said that if you ever bought a ship, because at the start they said that you would lose it. Now they're saying that it'll just take extra time, essentially. Yep. So if you think of lifetime insurance, might be 15 minutes, and if you just bought it but didn't have insurance, it might take
a day,
an hour or a day. I don't know, but you're not going to lose it type of thing. So yeah, which is good.
And I like that idea. I like the idea of them saying, okay, you know, you're not going to lose stuff that you've paid for permanently. If you buy it with UEC in game, then if it's not insured, you've lost it, and I fully expect that. But LTI was only ever meant to be a minor convenience.
Yeah.
Like Chris has always said, it would be, do one mission, you got insurance for a month. But yes, lovely.
See, I'm distracting you, Algared. It's very easy to do. All right, I think I'll flick it over because otherwise people are going to want to.
Because that is pretty cool because you're showing head tech in game.
So the reason I'm in here, right? So I got a couple of questions that we're going to ask chat to as well. when we were filming the X1 video, right, that we didn't
Mm-hmm.
end up putting out, we changed it to be just the Santoki. We kept running into the thing, and this happens with multiple videos, so I thought I'd just crowdsource it with you guys. Is there a location that you guys know that you can spawn a vehicle that has good lighting and it doesn't get weather effects? So, like, Hurston gets sandstorms, Microtech
And if
gets
you're not wearing a
snowstorm.
helmet, you
Yeah.
get drunk effects.
Yeah. So is there somewhere, like a planet or moon, that you guys know of that would be the best to show off ship, so we can just go there and make that the place that we always go to?
So good lighting, nice environment that does not distract you.
Daymar 141. Okay.
So any of those types of things
Oh, I
would
missed
be
the
something
train.
you did. That's because you stopped on the stairwell wagging your hair.
I don't know, but I like to whip my hair back
Yeah.
and forth. How's that song go, boy?
Yeah.
It does look good though, you know. I'm impressed.
Yep. There's not too many games where you get that that hair tech.
Look at that. It's so real. Looks just like
I
a
know.
real woman.
Now, I bet any of the women watching chat are going to be complaining or correcting you at that point.
I'm just saying, the
In what
hair,
way?
I don't mean the whole body or anything. I just mean the hair. Look at that. Like, that actually jiggles like real hair.
Jiggles like hair. Jiggles like anyone's ponytail.
I think the little, like most Star Citizen stuff, like, it's the extra little details, like the little stray hairs that sell. Like, look at this shit.
Yeah, the stray hairs down the side, but you know, it just sells it, doesn't it?
Yeah, you know, it's those small details that really sell it. So yeah, man, you can even make out individual eyelashes. That's kind of crazy.
I know.
That's
Cheesebread says my wife. Cheesebread says my wife doesn't like how you said it. Jiggles.
Jiggles. Well, I'm not talking about the jigglypuffs. I'm talking about the hair, the ponytail. What would you call it then? Bounces? Flows?
Tell her it was hairy jiggling tensors. So yes.
Yeah.
We're not talking body parts. We're talking hair.
We're talking hair.
That's all we're talking about.
I was
flowing.
Yeah.
Yes,
flowing. Get your money out of the gutter.
Cascades and flows like water.
What was his wife's name? He didn't tell us his wife's name. Yeah, get your hair out of the gutter. Anyway.
No Aussie talk.
I don't know. Can you, Algared? I don't know if it comes across on stream, but this new monitor, everything is just so much clearer.
That's why everything's bad for everyone else, because the new monitor is sucking all the juice. Yeah.
Oh, you reckon?
No, I don't. I don't know.
Oh, just ask. Right, so apparently we're going to Daymar 141. No one else has said anything other than
Daymar 141.
Was there any other places, or did I miss them?
No.
Daymar 141. All right. So we need
and then let's talk about the hair on YouTube of
well, let's take the
blowing and jiggling and bouncing and.
All right, I will have to take a double trip. What's something else I can take, real quick?
Don't take. What was it? What was the ship you tried? Don't take the Santoki Eye.
Well, I was gonna take the Santoki Eye.
Yeah, and you know what? You'd have to go and refuel.
Oh yeah, that was the downside to it. All right, we'll just take a Saulian then.
And while you're doing that, so we've answered that question. We've answered Starbond's question. So LTI is just a convenience. So, and UEC and Alpha UEC, they just do the same thing. Raccoonanity.
Did you notice?
Do you guys have names that are hard to pronounce? Do I notice? Yeah.
They've changed deliveries on the ET. It's not called paints anymore. So now we're getting into this thing where it's now called different things in different places, because on the website it's called paints.
Yep. In-game and delivery. Yep.
Is this? I don't know, and I know. Like, I asked this of my mum too, right? Because she's a very grammar Nazi type of person, right? And I find this is like this feels like it's been done by the law team to me, right? Because they're calling it liveries, not paints, and isn't that what it really is, though? It's a paint job or it's skin.
Well, I think in some
have you ever heard it in any other game called a livery? I've never heard it called a livery before. I had to Google what a livery meant to actually like get. I knew it was a paint, but I had to figure out like if you look, I can do it now. But
I do have a question for Nathan Wells in YouTube. Ayo, is that Indonesian? So are you saying let's go, lads?
yeah. So if I go back to this Algared, livery, a special uniform worn by a servant, an official, or a member of city of a company.
Yeah, and so livery would be
that's a uniform. That's not a that's not a ship paint.
No, a ship paint is just the overall paint of the ship. A livery would be like a racing skin or one that's got, the UEE.
So you get where I'm coming from. I think it's technically, I don't think, that's why I think it's wrong. I think it should be just called a paint.
Yeah. Look, I would argue that it's just the color of a paint. It's just a paint. If you're talking logos on the ship, so racing skins would be livery.
I think that's what it'll be eventually. And I think that's why they're moving away from paints, because I think eventually you'll be able to paint your own stuff. So I think that might be a tip of the hat to what's to come, right? So livery is like what you said, just like some icons or whatever. It's not going to be a full skin.
No, the nose art on a ship would be part of the livery of a ship.
Yeah. You get me.
But then they talk about when you're talking racing, we talk about the jockeys' outfits as their livery, the colours of them.
Well, that's because it's a uniform. Because it is a uniform. A livery is a uniform. Yeah.
So. Yep, and I suppose Cheesebread said maybe liveries will include more than just paints, but the other stuff.
I hope so. Right, I need a helmet too.
Yeah, as Algared just said, it will be bases plus flares and kill marks, etc. So all those things. Like one of the things I did used to like about War Thunder was the fact that you'd have your base skin, but you can put your decals on, and so you and I could have the same ship, but because we've put different decals on our plane, it would be totally different. Because we've got different decals on our tanks, even though we've got the same tank, they would be unique. So just little things like that just make all the difference. And again,
sounded very the difference in the world. Anyone get that reference? You sounded very much like that person. I want to know if anyone knows in chat where that's from.
I didn't know.
Difference in the world. No, it's a video game, and it's only the hardcore of the most hardcore would know where that is from, because it is a very obscure reference if you don't know what it is. We'll see. It's a very common game, very popular. It just had its was it 20th or 25th anniversary? Let's see if anyone knows what it was. Anyway, keep going, Argo. Sorry.
So Raccoonanity, finally, to get back to your question, because I actually realised, even though I'd started, I actually hadn't asked it. And it was, do you have any thoughts on the bug causing the Santokyo's guns to do 50% more burst damage? Bug or marketing strategy? They said it will be fixed now for 3.22 after community response, though.
I can tell you too, Algared, in the patch that came out yesterday. Remember I was telling you that Santokyo was sluggish? It's not anymore. So they've changed more stuff on it. That is for sure.
So it could be that they do more burst damage because they are alien guns. It could do more burst damage. It could also be that they're making those guns bespoke. We don't know. We didn't try to take them off.
No,
we didn't check that out. And even if you could take them off at the moment, doesn't mean we're going to be able to do that because it's the EPTU. Doesn't mean we're going to be able to do that in the long run. We do know that they're Side 3 guns on Side 3 gimbals, which to me makes, they already said that that N negative is disappearing. And every weapon is going to be basically gimbal.
Right, Algared, you ready?
Yep.
I'm on the earbuds. Here we go. Oh, reset my camera. Son of a bitch. I wanted to go really fast and do a camera, but it wouldn't let me. Oh well.
Well.
That would have been such a cool shot, just like from ground to air. Oh well. One day I'll get a cool shot like that.
One day. It won't happen overnight, but it will happen.
Yeah, did you know still such a small detail, but you can actually open and close the missile ports there. Might not come through on stream. Yeah.
Yeah, it does. It does come through on the screen. When you activate your missiles, you can see them before it's opening, which is pretty cool.
Yeah. All right,
We're
gonna go all the way to Daymar, and if we get there to this 1-1-4-1 place and it's shit, we're in big trouble. Forgot who. No, I'm just kidding.
Sursor, what year do you think we'll see an Endeavour? Ooh. Years and years ago, I'd have said once everything's out.
The year of its release.
When it's released is basically when we'll see it.
The year of my death at the rate we're going.
Once all the gameplay loops that are in for it, I think that's when we'll see it. You know, so, and I'm happy for it to take its time. I hope it's out before. Yes, I'm too old and I'm retired. Which, given a lot of my friends are now retiring, is getting
more time for you to play, Algared.
It will be more time for me to play.
Yeah.
Also more, but also I haven't gotten so much by then. But yeah, so when it's ready, my view is I'd rather them take their time on the stuff and bring it out when it's good and when it's working, rather than just bring it out because hey, we've got the shell of a ship and you can fly it around, but you can't do anything. And they did make that decision early on after they brought out the Reclaimer, and so much in the Reclaimer was you could fly the ship, you could do trade runs, but you couldn't salvage with it. There was nothing that worked on it for salvage. And they said, yeah, we're not going to bring stuff out that doesn't have its gameplay, or at least base gameplay.
That's not a bad take, what Cheesebread said there. Given the size, you'd hope that they'd put out the whole C, put out the whole E and Odyssey, etc., and roll the feedback from that into the Endeavour. Absolutely. Yeah, I agree. In fact, they'll probably do all three of them very close to each other. If not,
doing all three.
Well, it's a family. Yeah, so they could do all three at the same time. Yeah.
Or even D, E, and Endeavour, because I wouldn't be surprised if they're trying to say, if they try to save space on Endeavour, if you don't have attachments, I could see them maybe condensing that body part on a you know, and have the attachment areas on an expanding hull. But who knows what they're going to do if they change things for gameplay. But I know that when they do it, they'll be because they're ready to do it, not before. Sorry, that's not an answer you'd have liked, but or as detailed or as you want. But yeah, is Algared AI tonight? Something is off. No, I'm not AI.
Oh, I just realised there is a
not AI
thing going on
in the
background though.
I'm not AI. Oops, sorry. Okay. The AI was just playing up. Doverkin.
I love it how they say tonight, and for us it's like 6 o'clock in the morning. But anyway.
Yeah, I know. 6:36 to be precise.
That's why I always start these with good evening, good morning, and good night, or whatever I say. But yeah, because we never. It's global.
Yeah, we know that for most of you guys, it's afternoon, and you're finishing work, and you're heading home, listening to us on the drive, or listening to us as you're finishing off work. We realise we are a radio talk show, and hopefully we're entertaining as we do that. So, yeah. So Doverkin 777 has a question. Do you think the elusive?
Agree with Rusty. For me, it's time for my first beer. Yeah, it's 5 o'clock summer in the world, or what do they call it? Happy hour summer in the world.
Yeah. It's why, you know, when we're doing IAE, it would have been really bad if I had to take a shot every time X said AIE, because man, I'd have been going to work plastered. Anyway, so Doverkin's question: do you think the elusive F7M Mark II or the F7C, or no, the F7 Mark II, we keep hearing about, will pop up during Luminalia? In fact, you could probably even say the F7C Mark II.
So we talked about this a little bit, because one of the things we noticed with the leaks that came out this week, they literally dropped in skin for Chinese New Year, Valentine's Day, St. Patrick's Day, and we're like, they've put in stuff for the next 3 months. So what I pitched to Algared is I said to him, what if these events that we've been hearing about are events essentially there's like almost 3 of them, so one for each month. Why they're not doing anything? Because then it gives it stops that lull period.
Well, we do have Valentine's Days in February. St. Patrick's Days in March.
Yeah, but the patch usually comes out just after St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah, so you do have those 3 events that do each month, and I wouldn't be surprised if down the track, third, you do endeavour to do in-game events, monthly or bi-monthly, that will get the interest, whether it's an incursion by Vandal, whether it's a Xeno threat or pirates or pardon me. But I could see CIG doing those types of things down the tube. Will it pop up? Will the Mark II F7s pop up during Luminalia? I don't think so. Mainly because I don't think we've heard anything. I think the event, the gold ticket event we heard about, may occur during the off season. They usually have, I think in the past, have had something that's going on at that time. But like I think last year or 2 years ago, we had the launch of Xeno Threat over the holiday period.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So what I'm essentially getting at is, getting back to your comment, is that event I reckon will be possibly one of those 3 events. We've also heard talk of that, which was they were calling it in the code Dark Harvest. But yeah, there was also racing skins. I reckon that lines up with the Daymar Rally, because they were all ground vehicle skins. And something else. I can't remember the third event, Algared, but I remember do you remember what the third one was? I did talk to you about it, but we've forgotten.
I know we were talking about them and looking at the skins and the events and the things that were there, but I can't remember.
Yeah, it's all good. If it comes
think
back to us, someone might mention it in chat if they.
Well, if you got the racing, there was a racing skin. There was the St. Patrick's Day. There was No, it
was like an event, like Xeno Threat or the Idris, the Idris.
That's right, capture the Idris.
Yeah, capture the Idris is finally coming. That was the big one, and that is going to be massive. Yeah, so they actually talk about the CDF doing like a drill or whatever, and yeah, it's going to be absolutely huge. So we're actually finally getting capture the Idris, as Algared said.
Capture the Idris and hold it.
Yeah, and they state don't destroy, disable, and board and take and control it. So yeah, that's really cool.
And control it as long as you can. So basically, you are going to lose.
Yeah,
it's an impression I got. They want to they're using it as training exercise.
141. I caught mining area 141. All right, here we go.
So, I could see, that type of training, you've lost a ship, how are we going to get it back? So you're training on those systems. So, and that was, that was something Chris wanted ages ago. It was one of the first things he wanted in Arena Commander was capture the Idris. And that ended up, and then we got the...
I can't remember how long ago that was, Algared, but it was years.
It was before the Starfarer.
Yeah.
Because when the Starfarer came out, the Starfarer was kind of substituted to that. That's why the Starfarer became this almost PvP platform. Because it was kind of substituted for that role, for that scope. But yeah, even then it didn't have that same grandeur. And the closest we've got to it so far is the 890 jump.
I do want to go slightly off topic for a second. When my friend was looking at the game, right, we got him the package. He got in game with the Aurora, and I literally got him in game, and I got all the ships that I talked to him about, all the ships, and he flew all of them. Right, it was about 10 different ships he flew, and what we did was we just went between Microtech and Port Tressler back and forwards, and every time he was going in one direction, he was flying and trying out a ship, trying the weapons and all that. He went through all of them, and he brought Saulian. And I'll tell you, so he went from the Aurora, the Cutter, the Avenger, the 315P, the Saulian, the Nomad. He even tried out the Talon, both Talons, the Arrow, all those ships. And he brought Saulian.
Yeah, it's a unique ship.
Well, it just tells you how ability. Well, he really loved the alien aesthetic, and that's why I showed him the Talon. I got the Prowler and showed him the Prowler, and yeah. So yeah, I went through a whole bunch of them, and it was just kind of interesting to watch the game as it always is through a new player's eyes. So yeah.
Yeah.
Right, I actually know this place. This is where we did the mule review, Algared.
Yep, I do believe so. We may have done a couple of other reviews in
here as well.
This moon as well, because the lighting.
Yeah.
I think we did we may have done the.
Why does it change the camera when I press the N key? That is really weird. Don't know why it's doing it, but that's its thing. What? There's a nice bug. I auto landed,
and
it went that way. Okay, and now it won't let me control the ship because it's trying to land. There's a nice bug. All right,
I'm gonna put that in the bug report.
There's a. Yep. Nope. It's like jammed in the ground. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This is why you play on a live stream in the EPTU. Oh wait, it's probably.
There you go. You can.
No, it's trying.
It's backwards.
No, it's trying to land and it can't rotate. Like it's trying to rotate up and the legs are
stuck. The legs have landed.
There you go. That's cut the landing mode.
So what did you do?
I turned the landing gear turned the landing gear off. I just pressed N, and then that went back to normal, so that freed it up from landing.
Well, that's a workaround.
Yeah, and then I'm going to do it manually.
Yeah, because clearly auto land does not work.
85, 90. Oh no, I'm an idiot. We're gonna press S, not control. So not used to... This ship is very
for
muscle memory.
Players,
yeah, muscle memory.
All players,
not
it is a hardship to get the hang of because
my friend picked it up. My friend picked it up like that though. He got it really quick.
But because a new player, they don't have that muscle memory from years. You know, we've got 10 years of flying ships the same way.
Yeah.
And every ship would operate the same way. Whether it's, this ship inverts that.
He also is a long time gamer, so he does pick things up like myself fairly quickly. So I was not surprised. By the way, he didn't crash his ship. He picked up so I got him to rotate that in the Aurora in the hangar. Every ship we flew, he never crashed. It was good. So it was all good. Right, let's get on to some. I know we're probably going into nighttime or morning, but yeah, this will do. Where's the vehicle bay? I've ran the wrong way, haven't I? That'll be me. Yeah. Oh no, here it is.
Oh, you were going the wrong way.
Right, which one do you want to see first, Algared?
What are we looking for?
X1s. That's what we're doing. That's why I was coming in. Right. I thought you figured that out already, but anyway.
Nah. Oh, I was too busy.
This is when I do things unscripted, and Algared's going, "What are you doing?"
Yeah, that's why I get distracted because he's doing stuff we haven't talked about. I'm going, what the hell? He's showing me the hair. That's what he was in, showing me.
Yeah.
Oh no, now we're looking for the place we want to do reviews on. Okay. You may as well pull out all three.
We'll go one at a time. How about we just go down the list?
Yep.
X1 first.
Yep.
Now I can't die in this. If I die in this, we're gonna go all the way back to the other planet. So we gotta be careful. I should have brought. That's what I should have done. I should have brought the Carrack.
You should have bought the Carrack.
Yeah. Oh.
Should have gone to Specsavers. Isn't that
we might have to pick up an Apollo Algared just for reviews. Do you know what I mean? Like, so we can have an Apollo to fly out. I don't know why it didn't spawn. Oh no, it delivered it. All right.
Yeah, that's right. Delivered it. I just got to go spawn it.
Yeah, I better deliver the other two on here then.
Yeah. Not that it'll take long because it's almost immediate.
It's instant. And velocity.
And we can check the components on them.
Oh, that's the one thing we didn't do the other day. Yeah, you're right. Good thing you remembered. Right.
Well, we did check the components in Yes, I already have an Apollo. I was going to say that crag on, but you know.
Yeah, I need one because we do most of the stuff on my account. Right, this is the one thing we didn't do. We didn't look around for little
We didn't have a look
buttons
for
and stuff.
component hole, which could be hard because of the way it opened up.
There's a button.
Looks like a button.
Because the reason we know that's a button is that's the button to get in.
Mm.
So they look like that. I would say in a future date, if they're maybe
Well,
they're not,
I don't think
I don't think they're in yet. But there are like there's definitely little buttony like things. So
things that look like buttons, but yeah, I can't see.
Well, I don't know about.
One.
Yeah, that's the same one to
Oh,
get in.
that's the
But
same
you gotta,
button.
I'd imagine that it comes back somehow, and they're in there. Because if, well,
Yeah.
unless they're up the front here, but look, there's just no space up here. I would
Well,
say that they're there in the body area.
Can you just open it without getting in?
That's a good question. Hey, that actually is it.
There you go. So there's the components.
So that is. Oh, that's just one of them. That's the lightning thing. I'm assuming that's the power plant. And then.
And on this side, that's the one that gets you in and out, isn't it?
No.
No.
That is. Oh, that's all the others.
That's all the others.
So
there
there's
you go.
4 there. Oh wow. Okay, that's actually kind of cool though. I love how that just like, and it also flipped the hood. Did you notice? I don't look.
Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
It's literally under the hood.
Oh wow. Okay, yeah. So it must be.
Oh, that's the one to get in. So open.
Yeah, I've mixed them up. There we go. Yeah. Open pilot canopy. There you go.
Now see how it just, and then you sit in, and then it closes over the legs and everything.
Yeah. But if I close it, there's this little gap.
The measure bit, Mike, that's the one I was trying to remember earlier.
Why the hell didn't they just extend that to be fully enclosed? Then you could have had a bike that had a fully enclosed cabin. Yep. I don't know. I'd love to see a variant of it that is fully enclosed. I'd you know, and maybe it gives something up, like it because it's got to have air recycling or something like that, so it needs another component.
It can't take a. Yeah, it uses power to do that recycling.
Yeah.
They were saying in chat that on that component, that button where we looked at the components, there was looked like a bottom half of the button as well. So,
hang on. Yeah, I did notice
like
that.
a hard button.
So, all right, let's have a look. Oh, sneaky devils! You are right.
That's the fuel, and that's the fuel scoop.
Yeah, nice spot. Nice spot.
So yeah,
very cool, very cool. I will give you that. Nice find. All right, was it double check this? Now I got to go back and check all the buttons.
No,
just that one. That's still cool though. Good to know.
It is.
I'm loving the you know, we're moving to the tactile instead of this bullshit.
Yeah.
We'll see. All right, I'm not going to drive these extensively because obviously I've said I don't want to crash, right? Because you can crash. There was a bug before when you go flight ready, so I don't know if they fixed it. See, it doesn't actually start, so I've got to press U to start it at the moment. And then I, just like the whoop. Or not. So it's got some weird sound effects.
And if you go to profile, as I did say, it does look like a Star Trek laser. So, or a med gun.
But look, I'm wearing a heavy armor kit there as well.
Yeah.
You can clearly see the only thing that's coming out is obviously the backpack, but we know you're not going to be able to wear backpacks in the future. But even with a full heavy kit of gear, why the hell they didn't make that enclosed cab, I will never know. And it might, as I said, it might come back to the oxygen thing, but it would be cool to have a variant that gives up the gun to become a full Explorer variant that has the enclosed cab. That would have been mad. And there is a need for that more than there is another version with a gun.
Or gives up a shield for the enclosed cab cycling and stuff. So, you know.
Well, that's kind of what they've just said. Remember earlier today, they said that the bikes don't have shields anymore. So the Force is now the only one with a shield.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, she's a little rocky on the flying. But we do know they're doing that vehicle refactor at the moment.
Yeah. And that's the other thing with the Cerulean. Like, Cerulean is already got the sight, you know, the gimbals, but besides 3 guns, and they've talked about doing that refactor where everything's going to be redone, and so you kind of think that that Vesulian built already with that type of refactor in mind. Hence why I think it's got the gimbal plus the. Those lights aren't too bad. They're pretty bright for a little bike.
Yeah.
That's better than some vehicles. Better than some ships.
Oh shit! No. Mistakes are made. No. Oh, there we go.
I'm not going to
see
fly
that.
it.
See
I'm
that
not
back
gonna
there.
Fly it and race around.
That little thing there is the type of thing we still need to fix in game that I see a lot. So this is where things are put out and they're hovering. That's the last little thing I think they like, and it's not a little thing because it's actually hard to fix. But when they put things out, that entity that is out, or what do they put out? That is in a group, and so one of them. Notice how that one over there but then the others are all floating. So they need to figure out a way to get them to essentially curve to terrain. And I'm sure they'll get there. I can think of several ways they can do that.
Oh, and it's a feature you've seen lots of games where you've got the terrain is undulating and the texture's not, and you've just got to.
Well, that's why they put it in a group, because otherwise it uses more memory to do them as individuals.
Yeah. And so you could place it individually, or you can place a group down, and if you place a group texture, it's less on your memory draw.
Yeah. So I'm trying to find the Thunderdome, Algared. Do you remember the little there's like a crater here somewhere, and you used to be able to.
Yeah, I can't remember.
Why can't I find the gun?
And it's also dark. I can never find anything.
What the hell? Wait. Oh, I lost the gun. Oh shit! I'm like, why can't I find the gun? Well, I broke the gun off.
You broke the gun.
Came all the way out here for nothing.
You broke it already.
Yeah, so we don't get to see what the gun looks like. Shit, and now I'm lost.
Well, you know that this is not the Force, right?
I know it's not the Force, but this did have a gun. It had the.
This has a cannon, laser cannon. So size 1 laser cannon.
There it is. Oh shit, right over there.
Versus the.
But I can respawn this if I really want to look at the gun. Yeah. Everything I said I wouldn't do, I've been doing.
Yep.
Oh shit.
So this is why you can't take execute any.
Yeah. I have nice things.
That's why he can't have nice things, because he breaks them.
Oh, I'm just impatient. That's my problem.
He is. He's very impatient. I will.
I wait 10 years for this bloody video game, and it's still not here. Right.
Anyway, I'm going to go on to questions while I'm not distracted.
Yeah, and I'll get the next bike out.
And you guys can understand. This is also why we stop streaming.
Yeah, because we just get distracted and don't take the questions.
And then our radio talk show would disintegrate. All right, Patrick S. With all the recent giveaways for the Saber Raven, do you expect that to be released via a golden ticket event?
Wait, giveaways for Saber Raven? When did that happen?
So, there was one group that was giving away a computer with a Saber Raven, and both, I think, CIG and Intel commented on it. Apparently, I haven't seen it.
Right.
But do I expect a golden ticket for the Saber Raven? It depends on the legalities of that program they use, because they're constrained by that agreement. Is the Saber Raven cool? Yeah, it's cool. It's a lovely ship. It's the smallest. I think it is the smallest data runner. People don't realize that the Saber Raven is a data runner. I think it's smaller. I think the Saber is smaller than a Herald. I could be wrong, but
it's more expensive. I can't. If you're talking about data limits, then I would know that. But on physical side, the Herald's pretty small.
And the Herald is certainly, I think Herald certainly has more data storage ability. But the Raven, because it was linked with Intel's SSD, it was the idea was that it was a ship to get your data or get your delivery fast and secure. That was the key thing with the Saber Raven. Why it's got the EMPs on it for safe delivery, I have no idea.
So real quick, Algared, from the default skins, I think this is the coolest looking one. or the one that speaks to me anyway. There's the default. I'm trying to line them up so I can do a screenshot, but they're not complying.
Of course, the red skin that came out when they were sold is...
And I've got it. Of all the skins I could have got, and got an origin one that I never going to own the bike. So yeah.
And the next thing is play it against Sam, because you know of all the skins in all the world, why do you have to turn up into this ship? Yeah. The slightly butcher Humphrey Bogart. So yeah, I don't know whether the Saber Raven will be a golden ticket event.
They'd have to get some kind of agreement with Intel to be able to do it.
They'd have to get an Intel agreement, and I think that's the thing that's going to stop.
Yeah.
Could they do a ship similar to the Raven? Yes, but given that the Raven doesn't have a unique Intel skin that's plastered Intel everywhere,
unless they backtracked it, yeah,
they'd have to do something, and I think that would be that's the reason why we haven't seen a Saber Raven. And even in the past, when CIG have been doing giveaways, and we've been doing giveaways, you know, and we're for races, and CIG has been helping us out and saying, okay, yeah, we can get you this, we can get you that. They haven't been able to. Several things they haven't been able to do for us. One, they wouldn't give us access to a Vandal's site. And the other ones they couldn't give us access to were the Amiga, the Mustang Amiga, and the Saber Raven, because those two ships had been promotion, and so they couldn't give us access to those.
Just noticed something. Let me see if I can. Oh, hey, there's storage. But I was trying to press this button. Haha, there's one more component.
Yeah, nice.
The dick brick. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, shit, no, I can't close it. Oh, shit. Oh, thank God. I was like, okay. I'm about to get to the ship now.
So sorry if that doesn't answer your Saber Raven question the way you'd hope, but I think that's why they don't.
Yeah, legality. It's the same reason why you can't get the Amiga anymore, because of the AMD shit as well.
Yeah. TK Rex, do you think the subscriber lock for CitizenCon tickets could be a move to keep tickets in the hands of citizens before scalpers and general public, not to give them too much
Do you really
credit?
think there'd be scalpers for that? That's all. I don't know.
Yeah.
It seems a bit too niche for me. Did you see those wings come out there? This thing's got wings? Wow, the other two don't have wings. So this does have as I said, fins are a race thing. Look, Algared. It's got fins that deploy.
Yep.
Wow. Yeah, but was that in the concept? I don't remember seeing it.
That's a winged hull.
Yeah,
That's a winged hull. It'll go faster.
Well, we just learned something getting in the X1. It's got, different thing from the other two. It's also got, seems to have a little, no, they've all got the same lights.
Yeah.
That's about it.
I don't know, of those three skins, I like the yellow one.
Yeah.
Of those
Well, what I was thinking, now we've kind of had a look, unless there's anything else here, other vehicles you want to look at, I'm just going to go for as long as I can in this because this is the fastest bike.
If you want to have a look at another vehicle, chat, now's the time to ask.
Well, the other thing I was going to say is, how long do you think I can go on this before I crash? And if I beat it, what's the bet? What a bet for? Tinfoil hat territory again? So it's a double or nothing. Because you already owe me one tinfoil hat already. So make a double.
So you're saying you crash, I have to wear a tinfoil hat again?
Yeah. No. Twice. You do it twice. And then if I crash before then, you don't have to do anything. Because it's double or nothing. I already won once. So you want to do double or nothing?
I don't want to do any, to be honest.
All right. Well, I'll just go with that then.
To be honest.
You big sookie bum.
Yeah, absolutely.
Chat just called you sookie bum. Big sookie bum. All right, here we go. Going at full speed.
Chat say that at all.
Yeah. Going at full speed. Sailor and go for.
All right. So,
I'm going to die horribly in about 10 feet. You watch.
Yep. Possibly. TK, sorry, yeah, I don't think there'll be scalpers. I
Okay,
really see that being a thing. And this is me trying to stay focused and not get distracted. And this is why when we were doing live streaming, I used to stop. I mean, X is saying, shoot the gun. Oh, sorry. Because I'd just get distracted and be talking to people. And
it's not going very fast though. Like this is at full speed.
and this is the racing one.
Yeah,
Is
so
it more agile?
don't really notice any difference between them, to be honest. Still got the air problem like most bikes do, but yeah, as long as you just build like a, yeah, I don't know. Again, we do know these racing ones are often designed for not off-road, so maybe that's why it's going slower.
That's a possibility.
But look, that's at full look, pedal to the metal.
So Rag Italian says the closer to the ground you are, the faster you go.
Oh, well, that might explain because I keep trying to jump so I don't hit rocks.
Yeah. So
I'm just trying to find somewhere flat so I can do the whole speeder bike thing.
That's where key racers are obviously, they know that the...
Yeah.
So
if I hold control... Oh, wow. Yeah, it did go... He tricked me. That's what it was. He tricked me into killing myself. That's what it was. But it did go faster. But as soon as it went faster, it went straight into the rock and died. So yeah. Obviously there's a catch-22 there. It does go faster, but more likely to stuff up. So.
Yeah, well that's why racers are, are racers. They know the limits that they can push, and they do that, and people get into racing, don't know those limits and have to learn them. And yeah. Anyway, Jabberwocky. Red Monster Star Citizen.
Sorry, did you see that on my screen then? It actually came up and said quitting game. I've never seen that before.
No, I didn't see that because I was reading a question.
Yeah, I'm sorry. And I had the mute button down because I was talking to the air conditioner, so you didn't hear me the first time. But literally, the error message, but it said quitting game ... And I've never normally it just goes black and shuts off. But yeah, that was interesting.
I remember there was a game that used to use that as a default. There was a bug, and they used the
quitting game screen,
flash screen,
yeah,
to just hide the bug, and it was never fixed. They just left it.
Yeah.
But yeah. Anyway, Jabberwocky. I don't know what game it was. I just remember that was something that I saw once that made me chuckle. If I was having to put odds on a company that did that, I would say it was someone like Vader. If you haven't worked out, but I'm not a Best Vader fan. I'm not a Best Vader fan. So Jabberwocky says Red Monster Star Citizen suggested that you should be able to break apart ships for salvage, and you shouldn't be able to break apart ships for salvage unless some percentage of a hull is scraped. I think that's a good idea. How about you guys?
So what they were talking about is, no, you can munch it straight away, but the most valuable part of the ship is the hull, is the outer.
Right.
Yeah. So to encourage you to scrape it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think you should force anyone to do anything, but you're incentivized. That's exactly how you want it to be. Because what if something happens, right? And you know people are coming, right? So you can see them, they're like 500 kilometers away or whatever. You'd probably have enough time to break it and suck it up and then leave. Not only that, though, the other counterpoint to Monster Avery's point is they've said in the future you have to have the components and fuel taken out or to explode. So you do have a requirement before you can munch it.
Yeah.
It's not the stripping, it's the components and the fuel that are
in the past, they talked about you don't want to just munch a ship. Like people used to say, "Oh, get the claw and capture a ship and feed into my."
That's the exploring part, yeah. Going inside and checking. There's nothing, no pointy bits, so to speak, in there.
And people have sometimes looked at it weirdly when someone said, "Oh, I'm into exploration," and we said, "Hey, get a reclaimer, or get a salvage ship," and they go, "What?" Because exploring the interiors of ships, taking the components out, that's all part of exploration. You go in. What components do they have? Do they have A grade? Do they have B grade? Do they have C grade? Is there an alien life form in there? Is there a crew member who's gone crazy because they've been alone in there? And are you going to have to yeah, what's going to happen? So that exploration aspect is a true aspect of salvage. But they did talk about early on, you couldn't just grab a ship in your claw and feed it into your munching, because the ammo, the fuel, the components will blow up and damage the ship or destroy it.
I think my answer to that, and I think you're kind of agree, like we're on the same page, right? Is it's player choice. I don't want to ever be made to do something I don't want to do, no matter who I am, so to speak, or any player should not be made to do something they don't want to do, but consequences or player choice.
Yeah. And CIG have always taken that view. You know, we want you to play the game your way.
If you want to take your reclaimer and fully eat another ship with its components inside and damage your ship, you should be able to do that, right? So knowingly knowing that, okay, this is gonna that there is enemies on the way. I just want to get as much money out of this as I can, so I'm going to munch it. It's going to damage me, but I'll make more money munching it so I can repair for myself anyway, blah, blah, blah. You can see the consequences there, right? Again, player choice. You know?
If you destroy it, if you disintegrate it, you're getting rid of evidence. So
because it lines up. Well, think about it. Look at the tension it builds there, right? You've got an enemy coming that's trying to stop you from doing whatever you're doing, whether it's mining or salvage or whatever. But if you have to choose between, okay, I've now got this in front of me and it's highly valuable, do I just leave it for them? Do I take it? What do I take out to maximize my profit, my damage? You see, like, it becomes multiply complicated very quickly. Yeah, and you're trying to make all those decisions, not just in your head, but on a reclaimer. There's 5 of you, and you're like all bickering, and the captain goes, "Do this!" You know, you could see the gameplay. Yeah. It's all right there.
I could see that being key. I could also see I've got a full reclaimer, someone's coming, and do I leave this stuff?
Or do I get greedy? Yeah. Like it's that scene from Waterworld all over again, Algared. So in Waterworld, where he's like, there's those 3 guys on the jet skis, and he's like, oh, he's not going to go for it. He's just going to leave it, and he goes for it, and he picks it up, and that's where he deploys all the wings on the ship, and you find out the ship is like this metamorphosizing, transforming ship, and it looks awesome. And he defeats them all off and runs away. And that's the same thing. It's the tension in that scene that would be great to capture for a ship in game.
Now we've got something on Twitch there. I can't read it, but
just an ad.
What it is.
All right, it's an ad coming
up. Yeah, I can't read it. I can just see when purple things or stuff pop up. But the thing is, with the salvage vet disintegration method, I was saying if you're full and you disintegrate it, it's lost. Man, if someone was coming, I've got a full load before I go, I'd disintegrate it. I just destroy it.
That might just be for now as well. In the future, you'd assume that it'll leave something behind.
Yeah,
kind of.
You'd hope it at least stops something behind, but yeah.
But again, if they don't have the materials to pick it up, like if they don't have the scoopy ability,
then too bad.
Yeah, and it's the same thing from the salvage. Once you break it, they can't. They have to pick up the individual chunks. They can't, so it's not as valuable to them as it is to you.
My question with the whole breaking and stripping thing is, if I break it, does that mean I can't strip it anymore, or have I got to strip it before I break it? And I hope I can break it and then strip it.
I hope you can do both. Well. Yeah.
So I hope you can do both. But that's just where I where my thought is going with that. So.
So he hasn't asked a question there, but he has kind of made a statement. So you need to put question for questions, Revenge X on Twitch. But he said, "Is it time to give Star Citizen a pause until 4.0 and play something else and let CIG do whatever?" There are times where I want to do just that. In those quiet times, and we are traditionally now coming up to another quiet time. But again, it looks like they're putting some events down to try and crush. No, it's fine. It's fine, Revenge. Don't worry. I'm just letting you know so you know for future. There are times where that they know that this is a traditional quiet time, and I think they're trying to keep that momentum going, especially
Yeah.
with the hype that they had. And they knew when they dropped that trailer, they knew what was going to happen, because they
Yeah.
continued it right through into ISC, IAE, and now they've got another going straight into Luminalia, and I reckon we're going to see talk of another event before they go to the holidays, and just dropping the patch is going to be a pretty big event that at least carries you through to New Year's, right? And then something in early January, and then something in February, and then something we know we've got Valentine's Day, and that.
I'm gonna stop you there and say space. Thank you for joining us on YouTube, but come into our.
He never does. He just dumps and runs.
I know he's such a.
Come and join us for Christmas, you filthy animal. Come on. You get that reference? You filthy animal. You must get that reference. Please tell me you got that reference.
I did get that reference.
Yeah, Home Alone.
Get your. Oh, that one. Okay.
Well, it's from a movie. Yeah, it's from that movie, but it's also in Home Alone, so it's a Christmas reference. Anyway, filthy animal. Anyway, right. That's get in here, Space. Come talk to us. Camera one. Come join us for just 10 minutes. He won't. I know he won't.
No, because he never does.
He never does. He just dumps and runs. Anyway. He's probably tired. Oh, Mr. Tomato, send me dates and you've got it. No, like right now for Christmas. Just jump on right now. You can come too, Mr. Tomato. Jump on Discord. Like it's there, ready to go. He knows where to go. Just jump on, say hello, 5 minutes, and then you can go. You too. You can get in voice.
Both jump on. Yeah, both jump on.
Both jump on. He can drag you in. He's got the power. He's got the power to do it. He can jump right in and drag you in with him. So yeah, come join us. Say hello. All right, next question.
We'd love to have you do that. Okay, next question. Parker XGPS says, will the Starliner be the only Crusader ship with Windows ever? No, they're going to take Windows off that as well.
Actually, they've got some big windows on the Reclaimer now, believe it or not. They are very noticeable now when you're flying in the Reclaimer. You can see directly into the kitchen really clearly now. They weren't as clear before, but they are now really clear. Yeah, so yeah.
Mr. E, Inforunners, assemble. Even an audience wants you to join.
Jeez, I wish it was that simple. Never that simple.
It never is.
It's the hardest part of is getting everyone organised, and I'm sure Mrs. Tomato can talk to that as well. It is a full-time job getting people.
You better start. We better start because around this time of year we do our ship review of every ship. It's getting time. It's getting that time again.
Best time chatter on Twitch says, Madjack McMad says there will be no windows in the Starliner. Wouldn't there be all the little portholes along like on a normal plane? But anyway.
Yeah, but we're talking Crusader.
Oh, this is true.
So, you'd normally expect that.
But in return, Algared, you get lots of doors and tubes.
Lots of tubes.
Yeah.
Endless tubes.
Can you imagine that? It's like every seat is its own little door. So it's just like you've got to go from the front to the back. It's like 35 doors all the way.
like the old carriages, the old train carriages.
Yeah.
Used to have those, and it'd be an aisle down the side, and you'd have the carriages, and each would be a separate room, with 2 seats in it, two bench seats.
Hey, Shem Pastor. He also says the Phoenix has windows. Yeah, we're getting more and more of them, but then there's like really obvious ones, like the Mercury Starrunner. The biggest disappointment for me with that was the no skylight, no
windows.
Yeah, no windows.
Yeah, I'd love to see more windows. But I imagine it's easier to build because if you don't have windows, you don't have to worry about streaming what's outside because it's inside. Parker XGPS says, okay, the E1 and Starline. Well, I think none of them have windows or many windows. So, I don't expect the E1 to really have them either.
I would say I almost do expect them to go back and retroactively do windows because they probably, it's part of the interior ship culling. There's obviously advantages to hiding that stuff, obviously, from a memory perspective. But a single-seater ship's easier to fake, too, because you don't have to have someone... You have to give them the ability to have someone walk around in the back. That's That's the trick, because it just hides entities. When there's no windows, it hides the entities. So it's that simple. And if you have a window there and you have a mug sitting on the counter, you have to track that entity. And then again, you could LOD detail it as well. So if you far enough back that you can't detect the mug, you see what I mean? Like, but once they get that kind of code working on one ship, it is more a transferable code between ships. Yeah,
become. But at the moment, certainly it's an advantage. Yeah. Max Acceleration says, if you make a new account and buy a starter pack using your own referral code, can you gift it back to your main account?
Absolutely.
If so, how long do you have to wait? Yes.
That is how people got the Star Kitten shit. That's how you did it. You know, you and Hayes both did the same. Would you say $400 because you had to make 10 accounts, buy 10 things for $40 because you had to have $40 worth of stuff on it?
Back then, you didn't even have to buy a starter account. You just had to spend $40. So I'd make an account, buy $40 worth of gift cards.
Yeah.
Get the referral, and then after the wait period, which I think was a month, I'd gift it to myself.
Yeah.
So. Yeah. So a month.
Back then, I just didn't have the cash to do so, so I missed out on it. It's one of the few things I've missed out on, the Star Kitten thing. But yeah, I wish I had it now, but I don't.
Yep. So I hope that answers that question.
I'll get it in game. It's all good. All
right. Dub Coyote says, if you have a concept CCU in a chain and a linking CCU to a ship that isn't going to change in price, does it still work in your chain?
Ooh, I don't quite. Sure. Yeah, I don't quite grasp what he's saying there.
Yeah, not sure what you're asking there. So,
who was that asked it?
Dub Coyote.
Dub Coyote, if you're still around, man, jump in the waiting room on the Discord, and you can ask us that directly in voice. I'll drag you up, because that needs explaining.
That one, we're not sure what you're asking, so
and I don't think you can explain it in text from what you've said. So yeah, it needs a bit more detail. But yeah, feel free to jump into the waiting room. And anyone else that wants to ask, because we're doing Christmas stuff, yeah, feel free to jump in the waiting room if you want to ask a question in voice too. So yeah, we'll take a few in voice ones. We don't do that too often anymore, do we, Algared? So
no, we don't. But it's not bad to do that occasionally. It's like, just call in, viewers, and we'll take you. We'll take your call, and you can get the experience of radio talk show live.
Right.
Anyway, so I'm going to leave that as a this rather than that we're still waiting on that one. Sarbon 95. That's me saying how we're rating, how we answer the question. Sarbon 95. Why isn't a Nomad good as a pledge ship? I'm planning to get the Sulian for LTI and then upgrade it to a Nomad. In short, we don't like it. It's open. So it's an open ship. So the cargo is exposed. So that, I always think that's a negative. The other thing is that it hovers, so it's using that kind of anti-grav tech that the Xeon have. So that somehow Consolidated Outlands stole that tech and is using it. It doesn't surprise me because Consolidated Outlands steal lots of stuff, like their cargo attachment for their Mustangs, stolen from RSI. So yeah.
So let me just clarify really simply. The Nomad is a good ship. It is not good value.
Yep.
That is it in a nutshell. If you put it in one sentence, that's what it is. Because the ship is essentially, it is almost equal to a Sulian in value, but it costs $10 more, right? And it shouldn't. And it's in this really weird place where you've got better performing ships like the Avenger, the 315P at $65, and then you've got ships above it like the Cutlass. And well, I know the Cutlass has gone up $10 now, but so I think that's half the reason why the Cutlass went up, because it makes the Nomad look more appealing.
Yeah, and it used to be I think it used to be $10 difference, and you could get a Cutlass.
Yeah.
Why on earth would I go from a Titan to a $90 ship?
It was always it was 20, not 10, but yeah, I get your point.
20.
Yeah.
Yep. So it just was badly placed.
Yeah.
But
and again, if you wanted the 315, if you wanted the Nomad, you could get most of what the Nomad did in the 315P, and the 315P was 65. So for what's that, $15 less, you had a very similar type of ship. And I would argue it went faster. So because it's faster, you're less likely to get caught. Except I don't know. There's we're getting into nuances here, but yeah, to break it down is it's a great ship. It's just terrible value. And if you point out in game, it's only like $1 million, so it's not exactly an expensive ship to buy. And yeah, it's roughly the same price as like the Avengers and the 315Ps as we've mentioned. So it was just, I think the telltale sign area is what you pointed out is the UEC amount. It came out with the UEC. It was the first ship they ever did was 4 years at the time, where they did Star Citizen and Squadron 42 in a bundle to try and encourage people to buy it because they knew it was in a shit spot.
It had, I think didn't have a skin, Star Citizen, Squadron 42, and 20k UEC. Like that was insane.
It had everything.
It had everything. And that they were, for me, they were red flags. This ship sucks. Or this ship is a ship we don't think is very good.
But like you said, for your nephew, it was the best pack they've ever sold. Yeah.
Best pack they've ever sold.
Yeah.
Buy it and upgrade it. Because I think
absolutely.
I think a Cutlass is still better than a better ship than the Nomad.
You're essentially getting twice the ship for $20. Like it's you go from a 1-person ship to a 2-person ship, and it could do just as much. And the cargo was internalized as well, and you had the tractor beam, so and you had more guns. So it was just like there's no reason to spend that.
And 20. You had an extra person. So
now you're asking 30. It starts to become a bit more. But I'd still take the 30. You know. But not everyone has the money to do so. So
I think the extra gameplay says I'd still value it as better than a Nomad, but. Yeah, and the thing is, often, like I like all the ships to be honest. There are some things I don't like about the ships. So I don't like elements of the Nomad. I don't like the fact that it's hover instead of landing gear.
So that's incorrect, morbid mind. It actually does have a tractor beam. The Cutlass Black does have a tractor beam.
Yep.
It's on the back of it, just like the C1, but it's not a turret. And in fact, this is why we talk about in our guides, every little ship has these nuances that makes it separated. So for example, the C1 gives up the 2 guns on the tractor, where the tractor beam turret is, where the Cutlass doesn't do that. So technically the default Cutlass Black has more guns than the C1. But then again, the C1 has these other nuances, like it's faster. So you get to start to, there's no perfect ship. That's what you want. You want a ship that's really good in a particular area, and the other ship's in the other area, and then you play to your strengths. So do you want to go faster and run away? But I'm not very good at shooting, so I don't need that anyway. I'm really good at shooting. I can defend myself, so I'll stay and fight and protect my cargo that way. And then you'll have another guy that, I'm a tank, so I'll just outlast them till my friends turn up. That's what you want, and that's why all these different ships have different things. There is no perfect ship. That's how you make it perfect. What's that saying, Algared, from Incredibles? When everyone's super, nobody is. It's essentially that. But in reverse, when everyone's shit, nobody is. Yeah.
Here's the reason I said the external cargo is no good. Rusty Pigeon Gamer says the Nomad of my brother-in-law that you guys gave away had its cargo stolen, so he bought a $30 upgrade to a C1.
Yeah.
So his cargo was stolen. People used tractor beams and just ripped it off.
Yep. Well, that's what I was trying to explain to my friend earlier today. It was when I was showing him the ships, he was asking me what's the real difference between the Avenger and the Saulian, and that's when I kind of realized, well, they're the same amount of cargo, but the Saulian's cargo is external. But in return, because it's got the external cargo, you get the suit locker. So that's the real difference. You can break there's obviously this $5 price difference, but you break it down, that's really what it boils down to, because they're very similar in almost every other stat. Little changes, obviously, but yeah, that's it. External cargo and a suit locker, or internal but no suit locker.
And I've always liked the internal stuff. I like being able to see the cargo. It'd be nice if the large cargo pods you can put on an Aurora or a Mustang, the cargo pods you can put on those. If you could actually open those up and actually, put vehicles in them or choose what you're putting in them, but I think that's not something we'll see in the short term.
Really good on point question there from Revenger X, who says, so I'm going to pump it at the front of the line. Do you think they are really working? Oh no, wrong question. Shit. Who asked that before? Shit. There was a question there. Oh, no, it is from returning chatter, Henpen, who says, I went from freelancer to a C1, and the biggest bummer is the single entrance. I would not be surprised if the freelancer doesn't lose that ladder. I don't think it needs it, and I think it makes it really clustered. But that's just my 2 cents, Algared. Would you agree with that, knowing the C1 and the Cutlass? Do you think that the freelancer really needs a second entrance, being such a small ship?
No.
Yeah. So.
But I do like that second entrance.
Yeah. It's a nice to have, but like for a cleaner space and less clutter, and that ship is cluttered as.
It is cluttered.
I'd lose it.
If it meant I could expand on areas and have less clutter, yeah.
Yeah.
Even I'm not sure if you wanted a second space how I'd change it.
Yep.
But
that's another one. The Saulian can only hold SC1 boxes, where technically the Avenger will be able to hold bigger boxes. This is also true, and the Titan can fit smaller land vehicles. True. So see how there's all these little nuances, and we do thank you for reminding us, because we will forget little things like that. But you start to see very quickly when you look at 2 ships like that, and they are very close. Those 2. That's what we're talking about by player choice. You don't want any ship to be perfect. You want it to. Oh, do I take this one today, or do you want to have a reason for every ship to exist?
Yeah,
sorry,
and you like the versatility. That's one thing that the Nomad does have over a lot of those ships. It gives you more versatility, because you can put vehicles on. You can put so. And then it comes down to like or dislike. Yeah.
He just loved the alien stuff. I think that was the thing that really pushed him over the edge. But like, he didn't have any problem with how it flew. He liked how all the Avengers. He really liked the Cuddy. He actually. So what he's done was I got him to buy it in a chain. So I went from Aurora ELS to Cutter to Titan. So he picks up the Titan skin, and then from Titan to Saulian. And so basically, he's just going to play. At the moment, he's playing with the Cutter. And then he can play with the Avenger for a bit, and then he can eventually get to the Saulian. So that's his plan.
As Rusty Pigeon Gamer says, which we often say, it's paper, scissors, rock. Or rock, paper, scissors, as he says. But yeah, it basically is that. It's a different thing. But then you've also got the aesthetics that people like.
Space, if you can hear me now, you're back. Come and join us on Discord and bring Mrs. Tomato with you just for Christmas, so we can say hello. Yeah. I know you probably ran off before, but yeah, come join us, man. Just jump on Discord and get Mrs. Tomato to drag her up.
And then we'll answer your questions like how things.
Yeah. You don't have to get on camera if you don't want to. We can do that too if you want. But yeah, just come talk in voice. Just say hello, because it's Christmas, so to speak.
Camera one if you want to join us.
Yeah. And bring Mrs. Tomato along too, so we're gonna have a chat. Anyway. What's the next question?
Next question is let's get back. There's a comment to Lemming from Nova. Elaine Bean says, what is your overall experience with concierge support? Been more than 14 days since I contacted them. Regular support usually takes a few days.
Yep. So I would put it down to AIE, and you think about it, biggest sale they've ever had, the biggest amount of questions they've ever had. So they will be sorting through those and trying to get them all done before they end for Christmas. Would they not, Algared?
I usually try and get them done, and we're at the house, mate. So I'll see you soon.
Oh, yep, no worries, no problem, bud. Yeah, we well, I had a question that went in before. Oh, we're talking to Space, by the way, if you're wondering. I had a question that I put in like a week before AIE, and they still haven't got back to me. Right, so they're actually going through and prioritizing certain things over others, because mine's not time sensitive, and that's so that if that puts you at ease, they're going through trying to get ones that are time sensitive fixed.
And even when they have, like, if it's been an issue with, I want to purchase this, but whatever the reason, they would always rate things by the date. So if you had an issue that was time sensitive, they used to do it by the date. My experience, I've only had one experience which was negative with concierge. Every one of the experience has been 100% fine. So
Sub at 95, thank you for the 6 months in advance on Twitch. I didn't know that was a thing. I didn't know you could pay for months in advance. Yeah, thanks, man.
No, I didn't, man. I still don't know.
We're still learning all this Twitch shit. Shockingly bad. Right. All right.
Yes, Luminalia, I will hold even Space Tomatoes questions hostage.
Yeah.
If he wants to know how we are, he can watch the beginning of a stream. Gee whiz.
Yeah.
We spent 20 minutes talking about those types of things. So, yeah.
Well, it sounds like they've gone out for food.
It does sound like they've gone out for food, which is not a bad thing. So, yeah, look, concierge support is usually pretty good. Same as their regular support. They, one of the big things Sandy changed in approach to concierge or support was you basically treat everyone as if it's important. I can remember the idea when she raised it, people were saying, but why? That's how it's always been.
Hang on,
she's like, no, that's not how it should be.
See if we can answer this question for Rusty Pigeon. He says, I just received an answer. So it was like 11 days. And he said, so it's like they didn't answer my question of if I could CC you on a referral with no hanger. Yeah, you should be able to CC you a referral. You don't need it. You don't need a hanger. So a hanger is kind of a thing that's kind of gone a bit.
It's a throwback.
Yeah, it's kind of dodoed a little bit, and yeah, there are some ships with. So I think it's going to change to starting like a hanger that you can choose on a planet. I think that's what it's going to move to. But again, that is, I think you would agree with me, Algared. That is definitely an up in the air thing. Like we haven't heard about that.
We haven't heard hangers
really
for
long time.
Years now.
Like 2015 was the last type of thing. Yeah.
Sorry, I've got to clarify that. We've heard hangers. We haven't heard the different styles of hangers. Like there were 4 originals. So there was the AeroView.
I don't even know if they still sell them, do they?
Selfland. There was Selfland, AeroView, the industrial
Royal
asteroid hanger, and
so the
Referral in York.
VFG Industrial and the Referral in York.
Yep. And we haven't heard about those for ages.
I'm just going to see if I can look for
Rusty Pigeon Gamer Channel, member for 1 month in basic membership. And he says, give these awesome guys a like if you like the stream.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
And subscribe and hit the bell because, sometimes, as Luminalia pointed out this morning, at the beginning of the stream, but hey, I didn't get notifications, even though I'm a subscriber.
What would it be under?
Double check it. What would be under?
The hangers. I'm on I'm on the extras. I'm assuming that's where it would be, extras.
There used to be an upgrade option in the extras.
Yeah.
But I haven't.
I think they've been removed. I remember them being. I remember something vaguely about them being removed ages ago.
But yeah, they used to have the 4 hangers. They were different sizes as well. So the bigger ships needed the bigger hangers. So it was the Selfland was just the bit starter basic. Then you had your the next level up, which I've just gone blank on the name.
Selfland AeroView hanger, and most of the hangers in game right now, like for example, all the ones the screenshots they were taken in, that one there is an AeroView so they're like at Microtech or Horizon, they're all AeroView. And even the ones at Pyro and Hurston AeroView, they're just a different skinned AeroView.
Okay. Yeah. So the AeroView was seen as more of an industry standard, the shop front standard, whereas Selfland was like your personal garage.
Cheap, budgety one. It was very grey and dark and dim. I'm sure if we Googled this, we could actually probably look them up, Algared. And the Referral in York was pretty much an Origin hanger.
Yeah.
And the VFG Industrial was kind of like this, similar to where this Avengers parked. And it was, you could tell it was inside like a rocky cave. It almost looked a bit like the Bat Cave, I'd describe it as.
Yeah. I did like the original version where you could actually change the code because they were originally set to say 10 ships. And you could actually go in and change the settings so you could actually do unlimited.
So this is the Selfland. So it's very, very dark and it had that gangplank walkway around.
Yeah.
So it almost looks a bit like the Reclaimer in a way, in a weird type of way. And it had this really cool metal doors. They were really cool. The first hangar doors we ever saw open, Algared, were those doors, weren't they?
I do believe so.
So here's the AeroView one. As you can see.
Didn't Chris pass his ship as he was leaving?
No. He wasn't doing it. Someone else was. But you can clearly see this is the AeroView, very Microtech inspired. And then I'll see if I can find VFG. VFG. Hang on.
The
Oh,
VFG ones were pretty cool. Lots
that's
of
it
images.
there. That's a better one. It's very dark.
It is very dark.
But it is a very dark hangar. If you can.
That was also the one where the original Tudor
Yeah.
location was as well. So
Yeah. So
and it was run down and broken as well. The
yeah. So
broken lounge. And
it was tailored at Pirates essentially, wasn't it? So yeah. But yeah, again, you can look these up yourself once you've got the names.
And
Last
Referral,
one's Revel. The funny thing is, I put in a VFG Industrial, and it actually I didn't even put Star Citizen. It came up. So yeah, so this is you can as you can see very Origin inspired.
wood.
And it had wood paneling and there's like all the bar and stuff was up here. It had its own elevator. Yeah, things like that. And I think the others had elevators as well, but yeah.
Yeah. And then there was even a model before them which was slightly different, which you could, the first version of the hangars. But yeah.
Yeah,
so much.
You can't see this stuff. I don't even think you can go into your hangar anymore, can you? In game, I think they essentially turned it off for now. But yeah.
Yeah, I think last time I went in, I couldn't place anything.
Yeah.
So
same here. Couldn't spawn ships. But that's how it was back in the day. You used to walk up to this node on the floor, and there was different sized nodes, and you could click it and then assign a ship to that node. So it was it was just like a node system for everything. So you could walk up to a wall, and if it was a node that flare would fit, you could spawn your table there or your fish tank or whatever. So it was just everything was a node system.
Yep.
Yep.
And that was Hangars version 2. But yeah.
Going back now.
Angel R. My friend bought Squadron 42 a long time ago. Is it still possible to buy Squadron 42, or do we need to wait for release now?
Yeah, that's a good question. They've taken it down from the store. Can't buy it anymore. That's why we were looking at those packs earlier. I think, look, I've still got it up. We're looking at these in my buyback. I've got these old ones, and they come with Squadron. That's the only way I know to buy it at the moment. So
yep, he's grey market. Like I've got packs in buyback with Squadron as well, but they're not those early packs with the.
And I think I can put this. We haven't done a poll. I've been wanting to do a poll all morning, and I haven't been able to think of one. So I'm going to do a poll right now. Engage with your audience. I want to do a poll, and I want to ask the question: do you think that Squadron 42 is going up in price before release? Yes, it's a very dirt question, and I won't be able to ask that longer question on Twitch because for some reason Twitch people can't handle more than a sentence. I don't know why, but that's just.
Will Squadron 42 go up in price before release? Full stop.
Yeah.
That's
start poll. Yep. I'll do that now. /poll. But yeah, I think the Twitch people get the context. I really wish.
Like
price.
For me, a no-brainer. Of course it is.
Yeah,
it's going to sell us a $60 game.
Well, we all know it, but I just want to put it out there. So see if we're all on the same page. Right, 92%. Who's that one person that said no? What the fuck is wrong with you? Sorry, no offense. I shouldn't say that, but why would you say no? Of course it's going up. It's so sorry. I did a very obvious poll. I know, but like seriously, I want to know now why you said no. That this is the type of engagement I want. I know I called them an idiot, but I want to know why. Why did 6% of people on YouTube say no?
It's dropping. So there's only a couple of people, but why? Yeah, I'd love to know why you think it's not going to go up.
Yeah. Well, you're seeing. Yeah, actually, I've got to open this one for you. You can see it here. Here you go. There you go. That's YouTube down there, and that's Twitch over there. Yeah.
Well, I can see the YouTube one.
Yeah. Well, you can see both now.
Yeah.
Oh, you can see it on your own screen.
The feed I'm getting is very blurred.
Okay, sorry.
No, I can't even read the text.
Oh, I know why it's blurred. Shit. Hang on, Algared. Let me tell it. Does it just instantly fix itself?
Oh.
Because I was watching a movie last night and I had the quality turned down.
So it was
Yeah, it was
That's
in
why I
four. It was
like,
in. It was in 480p. No. That was nothing. That would have improved it if anything. No, it's just that I was streaming it to you in 480p instead of 2K. Sorry, mate. That was my bad.
oh, well,
Totally forgot.
yeah, now I can just
Well,
read
now
it.
when that happens next time, tell me to check the stream quality on Discord. Yeah. Oh
So
dear.
90%, 92%. Yep, I think everyone pretty
10,
much. But
10% of people are living on copium. I'd love to know. Tell me in Discord. If you,
I'd love to know,
not in
yeah.
Discord, in YouTube, if you think it's not going up, why? Tell me.
And on Twitch, because it's still the same. Twitch
Yeah,
has got
and you could get it for $15, Dan Lewis. You absolutely could.
you could.
Yeah.
You did, and that's the point. We got it for 15. Or if I was a concierge supporter, before when they were first introducing it, if you had a game pack, you got it. But yeah, so I got a copy of Squadron 42 and Star Citizen free as concierge because of, when they were changing it over.
Sorry,
but not everyone gets it these days. These days, you only get Squadron 42. You only get Star Citizen download. They've removed Squadron 42 access from every site I know of, apart from those old packs.
Yeah.
JustCon says 10% open with their Christmas whiskey early.
Okay.
Oh dear me, that's sad. It did make me chuckle though.
We don't do a lot of eggnog here, do we, Algared? I just realised eggnog's a very
And the other thing is that Brandon Dallin has another question related to this, and it says, do we know if other Squadron 42 parts are going to be standalone games, or will they be more like HL2?
Half-Life 2 episodes. So the original plan is, after they do the first 3 episodes, was to go off into alien expansions, and that's why they've talked about it, and they've also put aliens behind the aliens. So obviously, if you kind of look at what the initial one is, you can kind of see what Squadron's going to be. It's like we've got a kind of conflict with ourselves, so other humans, and then the Vandal are going to turn up. Then we're going to go in and do stuff with the Vandal, and then we're going to find about the alien behind the aliens. And it's the same thing. We know there's an alien behind the Cyan. We know there's an alien behind the Banu. So you can kind of see what the expansion pack would be. It'd be something within their own borders, then some kind of interaction with the humans, and then some kind of interaction with the other aliens in all 3, if they did 3 episodes for each alien, right? Which they've got that room to do that now, can't they? And they can even alternate, couldn't they, Algared? So they could do a Cyan expansion, then a Banu one, then part 2 of the Cyan, and then part, or Tavaran, or wherever they go, right? They've got multiple choice now. That's the cool thing about it.
If you look at Wing Commander, so Wing Commander came out in 3 parts. This is basically, Star Citizen and Squadron 42 is basically Wing Commander rework.
Wing Commander and Freelancer.
Yeah.
Star Citizen Freelancer and Wing Commander is Squadron 42.
Yeah. It's basically the same idea and concept. And Chris originally said, I'm now able to do what I wanted to do. The technology is there enabling us to reach to get it where I wanted, because it just didn't feel there. Yeah.
So Raging Casual says Squadron 42 Collector's Edition could be around $200 to $300. What would you want? All right, the poll's finished, by the way. 95% on Twitch, so 19 people said yes. So one person said no, and then 8% said no on YouTube, but it doesn't tell. 64 votes in total. So yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'd love to know if you said no. I know you probably don't want to out yourself because you feel like I'm going to yell at you, but I'm not going to yell at you. I just want to know why you think that. I'd love to know your reasoning. And if it was just to troll me, then that's what I'm going to put it down to. If you don't reply, I'm going to put it down to you are just trolling me. But that's fine.
And look, and if you don't want, if you feel, jump on, you just send either of us an IM. Just let us know why you.
We won't say your name. It's fine.
it'd be interesting to. It would be interesting to know why you think it's not going to go up in price. Because I think it's going to end up being, Squadron 42. They're going to sell it as a $60 game.
Well, that's how we get differing opinions here, because it leads to different outcomes, and you get closer to the truth. That's how we do our speculation stuff. So we're just trying to figure out why you would think that, because it might change our mind, believe it or not.
So on YouTube, Sycamore says trolling, can't help myself.
Yeah, no worries.
So
So that collector's edition, Algared, what would you like to see in a collector's edition?
I don't know. Certainly
Chris Roberts buff, a buff statue, like a bust, just his head. Imperator Roberts. Imperator edition. No.
I wouldn't mind seeing, just lots of all the little bits, like the
First time chatter on Twitch, Verlandis. I'm having trouble reading it. Verlandis Soth says, "Wonder if they do an F7A Mark II pre-order bonus." Pre-order, Mark II skin. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. That'd be a really great pre-order bonus, actually.
Order before it comes. It's coming soon. Order now. Get a new skin.
Sorry, I interrupted you. Collector's edition.
I don't want Chris Roberts bathwater. No.
Bathwater. Yeah. What would you like?
Plate that says someone else says a plate that says I held the line. Look, I think there's lots of
plates. A plate.
Yeah, like a plate. Like a.
Just give me a car sticker for my bumper. A bumper sticker. I held the line.
I think things like that. I think it'd be nice to see the model ships. Like you had the.
Well, we know some of the people are getting USB sticks of a constellation, like a ship. So we know that's going to be a thing. If they've got to make that, we know that's probably going to go into other collector's edition. We know that there is a model coming, so a small little model. What was it, 5-inch, I think it was, or something like that? Yeah.
I know they got rid of the 10-inch one, or did they upgrade? There was the model.
The one you've got. Well, how big is the one you've got in inches? Have you measured it?
No, I think that might be the 10-inch, and I think they did upgrade all the 5-inch ones to the 10-inch one.
Oh, did they? Oh, there you go.
Because they were so. I vaguely remember them at the time upgrading all the models to that.
Yeah.
So that they could get them done and dusted and.
Well, I think that I'm going to be honest. I think they'd pick a different ship now, because I think we'd all agree they upgraded the Constellation already. I think they'll upgrade it again. I think it's really obvious. So to make a Constellation come out knowing that you're going to upgrade it, why would you do that? You'd pick another ship. So you'd pick something like the F7A, the Gladius, the F8 Lightning.
It's already in final form. Yeah.
A Bengal or something like that. Actually, you know what would be good? The Stanton, Idris Stanton. That's what I would do for Squadron 42.
If I was doing a model ship that was coming out the theme for a collector's pack, it'd be for Stanton. Yeah.
For Squadron 42, and then the next episode, say there's rumors flying around that it's a Polaris. Well, then that's the one for number 2. And
if it's, depending on the size of your model, is going to, you're going to pay the F for it.
Yeah.
So Goose Milk says the Constellation model is nice. It is. It's actually one of the earlier models we have of Connie. So back in the day when the Connie was just a tube, when the hangar when the cargo bay was both the hangar and the garage and the cargo bay, when when the engines actually came together in Quantum Jump, and all of that stuff. It's a lovely model. But yeah, anyway, I'm waxing lyrical.
It's fine.
So,
next question.
Yeah, next question is: do we know if the other Squadron 42 are going to be standalone games, or will they? We just answered that one.
Yep.
Yes, we think they're going to be standalone. Or look, I think they'll probably be downloadable content, because that's the way games are going these days. Will they have box sets in store? I think they will do that.
Eventually, given time, you'd be able to buy all 3. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think...
So, say Episode 2 comes out. They do this with games at the moment, You can buy the first version for, like, a discount.
Yep.
So they'll have some kind of bundle. And then when the third one comes out, you can buy the trilogy. Absolutely.
But I think they'll do... Like, there'll be the downloadable content you can do. But I think they'll also do box sets. And we have heard rumours they were working with a supplier to do the box set type things for distribution.
When you say box set, you mean physical retail copy? Yeah. Sorry, I was getting confused by what you. A box set is like a trilogy of things. Yeah.
So I think they'll do the retail copies and even the re thing. But so we'll do DLC and retail copies. I think down the pack. But
Bear G, normally you got to put question in your question for us to answer question, but I will ask this because you're there. But it says, do you guys think it'll be on console? And me and Algared will both say
eventually.
I'll say absolutely.
And the other line is
never say never.
They have never said. They have said repeatedly, Star Citizen will not be on consoles, but they have never said Squadron 42 won't be on consoles. And that is the difference. It is marketing speak. But again, why does it affect you or me if it's on a console? Because it's a single-player game. What I do in my Squadron 42 experience, we're completely separate, independent from our grid Squadron 42 experience. It's the same thing. Console P doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, do I care? No. But do I think it'll be a bonus? Yeah, because all those copies that are sold on console are going to fund the game.
Raging Casual said CIG will probably just give us a Moby glass. Man, I don't want a Moby glass. I want a statue of an Idris.
Or a Vandal. Someone else just said a Vandal would be good.
Vandal bust would work too. I don't know. I think the Idris stat. Until I hear something better, an Idris Stanton sounds really cool. And imagine this, just as me thinking off the cuff crazy, what I'm like. You can open the doors at the front and the back, and it has like a small Gladius, a small F8, and a small F7A that you can move.
You mean? I don't know if you ever saw this or remember it, but Thunderbirds.
Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah.
And in the container, it used to have a little.
Yeah. So it's not just a statue outside, but it's also got the interior hangar. And then you'd obviously have the cockpit because of the windows, but then you can literally have them come out. I think that, like, it might cost $500 to make, but that would, chef's kiss would be. If I can have exactly what I want, that would be it.
There was a die-cast model of Thunderbird 2, of the Thunderbird series, and Thunderbird 2 had the midsection that dropped out.
Yeah.
And inside that midsection was a little Thunderbird 4.
Algared. At Algared. And it's hidden. They never ever tell anyone about it. But the secret compartment, and there's an MPUV. They just never advertise it anywhere. So it's only to those that know that it should be on the ship, and then they find the secret compartment.
They go looking
like they've done in. So they actually have this in. There's several board games do this, right? Where they have a secret box. You know how you put the game insert in tray in, and they put all the cards and stuff in. If you ever pull it out, there's sometimes like a secret box under there, and there are games that have had it, and what it is, it just has a question mark on it, and others will tell you halfway through the game, they're like, there is a secret box hidden under the insert, open it now and go through this and do that. So they've used it in several different ways, but that would be a cool thing
or just a special card that's underneath the tray,
because you'd never look underneath the ship and never know that little door's there if and you press it and slide it and then pull the MPUV out and go, aha. Yeah.
Yes, MPUV.
It'd be expensive, but I don't know. I reckon it's only going to be like this big.
Yeah.
And then you're talking like the F8 and that. We're talking Matchbox scale here, right? So it's not super big.
You're talking those World War II aircraft from that are put out in 172 scale. They are pricey, but man, the good ones, the Corgi ones.
Well, they could even do it with a stand, right? And the stand could actually have those clear little sticks on them. And so you could actually, essentially make like a little display with it and have the 3 ships flying around the Idris or whatever, stuff like that. Kind of cool.
Yeah. The Corgi models come with they come with their stand, the display stand. But those models, and they're also limited. So they're limited models, they're on a stand, but the detail on them is second to none. I want that type of treatment. I'll admit the Connie is good. The Connie model is good. It's comparable, but it's not. It's not. When you compare it to say a Corgi model, it's not up there. It's not in that same. It's not in that same ballpark.
Right, Algared, we are coming up to our wrap-up time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start rapid firing them, okay?
Yep. And well,
so
if
I'll
we
ask.
alternate,
Yep.
alternate.
Well, I'll ask, you answer, and
Yep.
unless I can answer it really quickly. So the first one is a statement. So it's from Dangerous UXO. It says, "I think a version for throwback to the Wing Commander box covers. It gives the comic book treatment with multiple covers an issue." So yeah, we talked about that already. So it's a statement. Matt P says, "Do you think that the Hull C interior will get a reorganization at some point? So it's so bad with the ladder and wasted space."
Everything will.
Yeah, everything will eventually. Rusty Pigeon says, "What manufacturer would be first on farming ships and equipment? Not Endeavor, of course. Thanks for your epic content." Agriculture.
Good question.
Consolidate Outland would fall into that for the pioneer, you know, the outskirts stuff. I think.
Yep. I think if you're looking for a manufacturer, Rayari.
Well,
Rayari, the mob who
ship
do
manufacturer. So I could see a tie-in with some of those ships, like you know how Kruger ties in with weapons and stuff.
Yep.
So I think you could see Rayari tie in with another manufacturer. But if I'm thinking known ship manufacturers, Consolidate Outland. I could even see Drake, believe it or not. Argo as well, because of the industry. And Misk we already have. They're the four that I would think of known. Oh, and RSI actually. You could chuck RSI in there too.
RSI, I'd say RSI because they've done everything.
Yeah.
But if I'm just looking, manufacturers would be first. I'd just say Rayari, but because they could, you know, just like Kruger went into ships and went into guns, even though they normally do parts.
It's interesting too, because when I go into base building and I start thinking of Anvil with the MCV and stuff like that, I actually start to think of military, because they would need plants and stuff for logistics to support troops and stuff. So could you also technically see them? Yeah, that's a really deep question you've asked there, man. So much for rapid fire. Right.
Yeah. The K9 Music says, "What do you think about the Cutter Rambler? It just feels like a little useless. So exploration scales so much better with size 3 ships compared to size 2 because of their quantum drive fuel tanks."
So we actually talked about this quite length in the video where we did all three. What we were doing, the Santok Yai, the X1, and we also chucked the Rambler at the end.
Yep.
And it is so different from that picture that was leaked from 6 months ago. To the point, I firmly believe that they moved away from what it was going to be. Because there was a bed and a suit locker. I can no longer see the suit locker, and the bed is gone. The bed is gone, and it's just benches now. And I think, ironically enough, it's like the one that around this time last year that Agent Letty and Moist and I talked about was a cheap boarding craft, because that's what it is. It's got extra seats on it, so you can take people around. But they're calling it an Explorer or Rambler, much like the Corsair exploring the inside of other people's hulls. It's the same thing. You could use it to attack people.
And what is a Rambler? A Rambler is someone who ambles the countryside for pleasure. So this is a ship for ambling around and exploring other people's ships for pleasure. So yeah.
Next one. You go.
Next question.
Yep. I'm playing.
Mr. E says, "What do you make of some components being removed from most of the hover bike? Balance."
Yeah, balance, or it now separates the bikes from the vehicles a lot more. Like you have to give a strength and a weakness to everything. This is what I meant. Like you have to have negatives of things to be balanced. One of the biggest things you and I complain about a lot is you get this person going that just wants their ship to do everything, and it just doesn't work. And believe it or not, to put in a frame of mind that everyone understand, when there is a cheater in a game, it is not fun. Right? It's not fun. And even at some point, that cheater gets bored because no one's reacting to them anymore. It's the same thing. You need everything to be balanced. It has to be a negative and positive, or it just doesn't work. Yeah.
You want everything to have pluses and minuses. You want there to be a choice.
Yep. That's it.
You know, that is one of the things I used to like about the original Connie, where the hangar or the cargo bay was your hangar garage and your cargo hold. You had to choose. Am I taking the fighter? Am I taking the vehicle? Am I taking cargo? Because you couldn't take all three at the same time.
Yeah.
But yeah, choices matter. Cheese bread. Question. So every large ship will need an engineering space for storing hot spares of components and working on components and their subcomponents.
No.
Yes?
No.
Well,
because some ships will focus on repair and others will not.
Well, every ship will have an engineering will have engineers and an engineering station.
Well, again, it's how dedicated they go into the repair.
Yeah.
Like, for example, let me think of one. So, like like the Hammerhead being a combat ship, it's more likely going to be in trouble. Where if you're in a science ship or an explorer, you know, again, the Carrack is out alone, so it needs that repairing. But if you are in like, you know, you generally not like a hospital ship's not going to need repairs.
No. It's going to have...
Because most people are not going to be idiotic enough to attack a hospital because there will be massive repercussions when people hear about it, you know?
You'll have engineers who can do repair, but you won't necessarily have a workshop.
Yeah, so when just your casual breakdown, but you're not going to have a dedicated, oh shit, the shit's hit the fan repair station.
Let's take this component out and take it to the workshop and strip it down and put it back together.
Yeah.
You'll have work repair on site, but you'll also have some ships will have that ability to take it and rework it.
I will answer this last question because I didn't actually state it, but I've actually turned the bot off. So Easty975 asked question: any more info on the rumored F7A Mark II? And no, there is not. And they in the files it just calls it F7A Mark II. It says nothing. This is F7 Mark II. It doesn't say anything about the A. So the rumor is it's the F7A, or it's all the Hornets getting an upgrade. We don't know which one it's going to be.
So that Locken, and yes, I've butchered your name, has a question. Because talking of physical boxes, do you think we will get beside that some kind of deluxe edition, ultimate edition, and finally collector's? Yes. Books 2005. 322 this week, sometime.
Yep. In the next 9 days, I think we said.
Yeah.
So,
That's why I just said sometime, because we'd already. Yeah. Cheesebread. Question: have they said whether the planets and moons will rotate around the year, or are they stuck in place within the star system?
They will rotate eventually.
Eventually, they will rotate.
Yep. And that even means that when we warp from planet to planet, it'll actually, right now they go in a straight line, it'll actually be in a curve, they've said.
Yep. And that's why the Lagrange points are so important, because at certain points of the year, Lagrange point 1 might be the best place to go, but then another point of the year, Lagrange point 2 will be the quickest way. And so depending on where you're coming from.
And how dynamic does it make it for smaller ships too? Because there will be times where they can get from Hurston to Microtech, but then all of a sudden there's no Lagrange point in range, so they have to wait.
Yeah. And,
So,
or go to the
again, strength to small ships, strength to the large ships, that type of thing. So
Oh, that's what you found with Facilian, wasn't it?
Yep, absolutely.
Recently, tried to go to Microtech, couldn't reach there, had to go to a station.
No,
first, and then
the Santoki Eye, but yeah,
Oh,
the Santoki.
Santoki Eye,
So the Santoki Eye comes with a military drive, and I think we spawned at Hurston, and we wanted to go to Microtech for some reason. I can't remember what it was, and we actually had to go off to one of the range points, refuel, and then go to.
Had to go to a station first and then go up. So and that'll be how that'll work in, but we'll actually see that rotating and change. Yeah. Which will be pretty cool. Eventually. Cheesebread says, I mean, I know they don't rotate now. Yep, planned for the future. Marcus, who wants some noodles?
Not me. Well, actually, I want some noodles. In about 3 hours' time, I'll be going to the noodle shop. Don't you worry.
Lucid Day says, have you tried the update for master modes? Any thoughts? I haven't tried the update for master mode, so I can't answer that question. What about you, X?
What was the question? Sorry.
Have you tried the update for master modes? Any thoughts?
Update for master modes. No. I tried it twice. I haven't tried it on the PTU right now, but I probably should go have a look. I'm liking it though. Like the last time I looked at it, I'm probably a little bit out of date, but yeah, I am liking where it was at. So yeah.
Do you think the Galaxy will come out before the Apollo? Do you think it could be 2024?
I think we'll see the Apollo next year, honestly. We're kind of surprised if we don't. It's a smaller RSI ship. It's easy to knock off. We know they're doing a lot of backlog stuff here.
When they do the RSI ships, we know they're working Galaxy, Perseus, and Polaris as a family of ships. If they decide to work on those first, then yes. If they decide to use a smaller ship to help build out that design language first, then no.
And I did also add to that, it could also be the test bed for drones, because its drone is kind of rather simpler than some other drones. It's just essentially a tractor beam, pick up a body thing. Yeah, so it's pretty simple. And we've got the tractor beam stuff right now. We've got, like, it's essentially, it's a remote control snub in that time of phrase, you know, and it just probably goes a bit slower or something like that. So yeah, all the text there, it's just connecting the dots.
Yep. Rusty Pigeon Gaming says, do you guys think they are preparing more ships for other races' species after Squadron 42 comes out for the future?
Yep.
Commentator says, any idea when they will implement orbital mechanics? No.
No. So that lines up with the question from before, but yeah, no, they've just talked about it. I guess it's kind of when it's needed. You could put it behind Squadron 42 like everything else. Orbital mechanics are not needed for a single player game, but in a multiplayer game they are very much needed. Because again, you're kind of playing something more linear in a single player, so yeah.
And I'm assuming single player game is kind of also on a timeline, so would be my guess as well.
Yep, agreed.
Chris. Oh, hi Chris.
Hi Chris. Nice to see you, Mr. Roberts.
Yep, lovely to see you, Mr. Roberts.
Yep.
Would you melt a Crucible Galaxy and Reclaimer for a Pioneer? Ooh. Personally, no.
I would upgrade a Galaxy to a Pioneer.
I would look at
but
that.
I wouldn't melt all three of them. But that's just me. Because you're halfway there with the Galaxy, essentially.
And the Crucible...
Well, the Crucible and Reclaimer are so good. They're a completely different profession. And the Galaxy is a multi-crew version. I'm going to be honest. Of those three ships, if I had to give up one, it would be the Galaxy. Because it's below the other three. Yeah.
And the Crucible and Reclaimer, they are profession ships.
Capitals, too.
Capitals of their line. They dovetail well together.
Yeah.
The Crucible's still at its original price.
Yeah.
Unless I knew absolutely, utterly, I have no intention in doing repair.
I think the other thing you could argue is that you're getting more gameplay with the Galaxy as well, because you're getting medical and base building, and you're only missing out a slight part of base building. You're starting into personal questions here. This is a fix my fleet question all over again.
Yeah.
But for me, I'd be going the earn down approach. So for me, I would save $400 difference or whatever it is and upgrade to that. If you can do it. But yeah, I would not be melting a Reclaimer and a Crucible for a Pioneer. There's so much more gameplay in those two than there is in just the Pioneer.
And given that both Reclaimer and Crucible, even the Crucible at its original starting price, can be CCU'd, that's insane.
Well, the other part of it is essentially a base building ship has to be fed. A Reclaimer can do the feeding. Just like you can use a Reclaimer to feed a Crucible as well. So you kind of need the give and take approach. And that's why that ship comes with a bunch of resources, doesn't it? The Pioneer.
Yeah,
for that reason.
It comes with enough resources to build one outpost.
And I wouldn't be surprised if the Galaxy module doesn't do the same, at some point.
I wouldn't be surprised if it can do that and has something like that as well. So if I had to melt any of those ships, Galaxy first, Crucible second, and that's blasphemous. But I'd keep a Reclaimer for exactly the same reason you said.
Yeah. Real quick, we've got a first-time chatter that's gone up arrow to ask the question that was asked, even though I've turned the bot off, so we'll answer this one. So Dev Runners asks, I like the name. It's a bit of a tip to us and them at the same time. All right. Do you think that the backers who backed prior before the release will get some benefits, unlike the people who got the game after release? Yeah, we got it for cheaper.
Yeah.
We
got it for $15.
Yeah, we got the ships for cheaper. Just like how I got here before Algared, I got some things cheaper than Algared did, and there are things on my account that Algared looks at and goes,
I hate you.
Yeah, I hate you, whatever he says, because he can't get them because I was just there at the beginning. Like those packs, we've probably still got them up, and that's why he's going to get one off me if he wants one. I'm more than happy to give him one,
Yeah. Shinobi Trip says, which manufacturer do you think will release the medium salvage ship, Anvil, Misk, or RSI?
Sorry, first time chatter Joel X Shomo says I paid $4,390 USD. Cheaper, I think. No, not really. Yeah, but you got more ships. Like the thing about the time that's going to take. Yeah, I'm not going to go into that. He knows what he's doing. He's trolling me.
facetious.
It's fine. Yeah, he's being facetious.
He's being facetious.
All right. Sorry, what was the question? Which manufacturer do
should
you think will release the medium salvage ship Anvil, Misk, RSI? Salvage, I said Argo or Consolidate Outland. I think we talked about this earlier.
We did.
Yep.
I could see those. Of those three, I'd say Misk or RSI. Anvil, I wouldn't see doing a medium salvage ship, but that's just me.
Yeah, of the
Trevor.
three that he asked, yeah.
Trevor Greenwood. Have they said what they are doing for people that have extra copies of Squadron 42? I thought they talked about giving free AI to work for you for each copy.
If it's Squadron 42, I'd just like them. If you've got 3 Squadron 42 copies, episode 1, episode 2, episode 3, problem solved.
I'd love that.
Yep.
Because I've got...
I've easily got at least a couple. At least a couple.
got-
I can tell you right now, I got multiple legacy alphas. I can tell you that much. So that would be a very, like you were saying in his question, dev runners, that would be a very good way to thank people that have been around a long time. If they've got multiple accounts of just Squadron, not Star Citizen. Star Citizen's that role thing the person in question was talking about. But Squadron 42 would be great if they give you the extra episodes. To the point, Algared, if you've got, say you had 56 of them, it rolls on to the one after that, the one after that, the one after that.
12. So,
well, if you've got 12, you might have all the aliens, all...
so, because the packs I bought had both of them.
That'd be a great way to thank them. That's how I would do it, but whether they choose to do that or not, it's entirely up to them.
So, in answer to your question, Trevin, no, they haven't said what they're going to do for people with extra Squadron 42 packs.
Yep. You know, it'd be really cool is if they just gave you extra copies to give away.
Yeah, be nice. That could be another option.
Because it's a win for them because you get someone in that plays the game and then they'll probably buy a Star Citizen and it feeds people into the game essentially is what I'm saying. So yeah, I've lost you, but I'm sure you'll be back rambling in a moment. Tell me when you're back. There you go. There he's back. Yeah, you're back. You're back. We're hitting 8 o'clock though, that's why. So
what they haven't for Squadron 42, they have mentioned for Star Citizen that they would be able to use, and this is still up in the air. They've talked about it being used for agent smithing, the ability for friends to join and take over the NPC temporarily.
Yeah, and if they become character slots, I'm sure you'll be able to buy character slots anyway. And as someone else pointed out, back in the day, Squadron 42 and Star Citizen was equivalent to $15. So an extra character slot for $15 sounds about on par to me. So
they talked about them being extra character slots. They talked about them being NPCs that you could modify and dress and do the other stuff too. Those NPCs wouldn't be free. You'd still have to employ them because no one works for nothing. But
they did also say you could.
But they would be loyal.
The agent smithing.
Anyway. So.
What's the next one?
That's all we can say because that's all we've been told.
Dragon. So capture the Idris means Legionnaire time. It was in the Shadow lineup. That's a good point. That is a very good point, Algared. What do you think about that one?
It could very well be, Legionnaire time, Hammerhead time. I could see both of those doing that. Any boarding ship, any ship with boarding capabilities. It'll be interesting to see how the what's that Tavaran ship called?
Prowler?
The Tavaran troop carrier.
Sorry.
No, the troop carrier one.
Prowler.
The Prowler. Because that is ties in with their kind of way they used to do their ship takeovers.
Believe it or not, I'd actually say that would be better than the Legionnaire. Because you remember they talked about the stealth stuff? I know, I'd like to see them both. I'm going to be honest. Like the Legionnaire hacking in and then you trying to get in another way. Multiple player choice, multiple ways in. Blasting a hole in the whole side, going in there as well. I can see all of it eventually. But first iteration, I think it'll be something akin to the doors on the hangars and the back blow off and you kind of just go in via the hangar or something like that. And I also...
Or maybe once you're disabled to ship, the doors automatically open. So,
Yeah. So it'll be interesting. I don't know, but when I read that, it was like I almost went over it and went, Algared, that's going to be huge. That's, you know, something I remember me and Algared talking about it years ago. So
yeah, that was it was a promise that had been made donkeys ago, and it was like, oh,
it'll clearly be the biggest event they've ever done.
It'll break the sim.
It'll break the servers. It'll
be worse than Pez.
I guarantee you that'll be on EPTU before it's on live, because it's like the Pyro preview. Everyone will want to see it, but I don't know if you guys have noticed, right? So the people that are watching here now, like I'm seeing there's what roughly 300 people, right? You are the more hardcore. You are the more dedicated. Yet then when we go to something like IAE or that, like, this channel will balloon and we'll have heaps more people watching. Fair enough, right? But so those people that come and go, they're the people that don't get the preview access. They're the people that don't get the EPTU because they're not here. They don't follow it as hardcore. And I think a lot of the reasoning for that is, I don't know if you guys were aware, when the Pez stuff dropped earlier in the year, I remember seeing multiple streamers that had like 2,000 plus viewers just sitting there waiting in a queue. And it just looked bad. So you and I that are here now, Algared, and all you guys that are here that are dedicated, and we're enjoying that development run. That's who that's for. We're the people that want to see that shit, and we understand it. We don't want someone hothead sitting there going, "Oh, this is shit," right? And every casual, you know the casuals, because they'll still talk about scams. They'll still talk about bugs. Like, my friend was playing that game with me, and we had 3 other friends watching us. Like, oh, this is so buggy, because we're in the what ship was it? We were in the we're on the Hammerhead elevator, and we're going up to the kitchen, and he just bumped me, and I flew into the inside of the ship, and then a couple seconds later, I fell out of the ship, and it just became, oh, this game's a piece of shit, But you and I know why that happened, because of desync and where it's at, and we understand it because we've put the time in and to educate ourselves why that is. They haven't done that. So they're just removing that, getting rid of instantly removes so much bad press, and I think it's the most genius thing they've ever done, because it allows us as the dedicated people to get in and not have to sit there in queue with I'm just going to use the words plebeians, or the masses, or the casuals, whatever you want to call it. And we can get in and actually play, and they get it tested, because we're the people that do the testing, not the casual that comes along for an hour and plays, looks at all the new shit and leaves. It's all you guys out there that play it all day, every day. That's what they want, and I kind of agree with it. And I don't know, I guess I could do a poll there, Algared, but I know you'd agree with me, and I'm pretty sure chat, let us know. I'm pretty sure you'll agree with us.
From chat seem to be agreeing. Cheese bread says, damn hippies. But
was it young scallywags?
Dovakin 777 says, any thoughts or ideas on what the Anvil Aegis RSI looking medium ship was in the silhouettes?
Oh, so we've had so many people go over this, haven't we?
And then haven't heard much about it from anyone.
So we went through it in the video. There's a video with the tinfoil hat theory video. I will hang on. See, I love having 2 monitors again. It's so good. I don't think we're getting ISC again, Algared. I don't know if you've noticed that. Like, he's doing it again. So if this is late again this week, we're gonna move it. I think we'll move it 2 hours, Algared. So we'll start at 7 next week.
Ooh,
right?
Luxury.
So if he doesn't bring it out in the next little bit, like we'll go for another 40 minutes at most. Put it this way: last week we went for an extra 2 hours, so we did a 5-hour stream and we still missed it. Right?
Yeah.
So if we keep the whole show down the road by 2 hours, hopefully we can catch the next one, because he seems to have moved it down the road, and I don't know why.
I think he's trolling us. That's the only thing.
He's either trolling us, or he's just made an executive decision to release it at a different time. And either way, we need to move to suit.
Yeah. If we want to watch, the other option is we do what we did this week. But we don't do the reaction video live with you guys, and we just do it.
Well, it would give us a free video every week. Gives us a low hanging fruit video every week.
But that was something we did talk about, asking the community. Would you prefer us to do it live, or would you prefer us to do it afterwards?
Yeah, so this is the video I'm talking about, identifying the mystery ships in Star Citizen, and you get an added bonus of seeing me and Algared in tinfoil hats. So yeah.
Yep.
Right. And we do go through every single one. So if we can see, he's talking about this. No,
Nope.
nope, nope. This one.
Nope.
That's the one he's talking about. So if you look at the image here, it's pretty obvious. It's a small ship. I know it's behind my fat head here, but there is a person there. And we took that person, and most in-game models of males are 180 centimeters tall. So using that logic and then turning it sideways and going all the way along, you can roughly work out by that math it was 23.6 meters. That tells you that this is a small ship, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you can also see, so just here you can see cargo boxes. Here you can see what appears to be stairs, because if you actually zoom in, you can see there's a slight zigzag to it, so that tells it they're stairs. You can look at things here that look like VTOL, but again, even in this video, I do skip it forward at some point to show there. So it actually gets smaller once the Frenzel effect goes off it. So it's not as big as it should be. I think the biggest running theory at the moment is if it is not a Crusader starter, because there's only 2 starters really left from companies. That's Crusader and Argo, really, for a starter. We do have snubs and stuff, but an actual starter or an advanced starter. It could be an advanced starter too, which then puts it in the territory of other manufacturers. But the one I went over Paul with was the Bearcat. And apparently, according to Paul, though it's a combat ship, it does actually have cargo.
So there you go.
And I asked him that. I said, does the Bearcat have any cargo? And he said, yes, it does have. Could it be this ship? And he said, yes. So, yeah, so that's a bit of a tinfoil hat theory update. Yep. But, yeah, hopefully.
But our thoughts were Crusader starters for that. But
could be anything. Everything everyone's mentioned, because the silhouette's just too common. Like you can see, like I've had like we had people saying, oh, it's a constellation. Oh, it's the Zeus. Oh, it's an updated pick your ship, right? We had so many. We had people throwing alien ships out there, blah blah blah. It went on and on and on. And again, it's why silhouette. That's why they do it in silhouettes, because silhouettes are dangerous. You know, and it's like that. What is that Pokemon? You know that thing? That's literally what this is. What is that ship? That's why they do it like this.
But the nice thing about that is, you know, tinfoil hat theory. You can say whatever you like.
Yeah. So yeah. You know how you have it starts with P, like a fairy or a pixie. It starts with P. It's so you know, got the spirit. I can't remember what Paul called it, but he named it as well. It was a really cool name. So it was like a and it started with P, but it's not a pixie or what did he call it? He had such a really cool name that started with P, and it meant like spirit, and it was like under a spirit. It was like it was really clever name. When I heard it, I was like, yeah, that's perfect. No, not poltergeist. No, it's like a spirit, but it starts with P, and it was not a ghost. Like I know you're saying poltergeist, like 4 people said poltergeist. It's
my mind.
It was like a sprite. Sprite. I think it was a sprite. You might have called it. Yeah, sprite. Yeah.
My mind went to pneuma, which is the Greek word for breath, which is also
actually he had something that meant wind. I think he said it meant wind.
But the other thing is that in theology, the breath is also spirit. So spirit and breath have the same thing. So pneuma or breath is spirit, which goes back to the idea of when you sneezed, you'd say bless you because your spirit had left your body, and that's when Satan could.
Man, all right. So when you guys run into Paul, ask him what you were talking to Execute and Algared, and you mentioned that he brought up some
a weird name,
and he'll click like that and just tell you the puff, the puff. But yeah, he had a cool name for it, and I just heard it. I think it was the Sprite. I could be wrong. Sprite is the name that I'm thinking of. But yeah, and I just thought it was when I heard it, I was like, oh man, that's just awesome. Because up until that point, in this video, me and Argo were calling it the C0, because that's all I came up with, and it kind of stuck because it sounds funny. But I think you did yourself with that hat though, Algared. Yeah. Right.
Warring Pro. I remember one of the earlier CitizenCons where someone got up on stage and asked Chris Roberts a bunch of repeated questions pertaining to the fish tank technology. thank you for that comment. I don't remember that. I'm kind of glad I don't remember that.
Mm.
Shinobi Trip. With the Avenger still having the tiny cube compartments, do you think it'll get bigger again when it gets its physical component path? Possible.
Do you think the X1's price increase will release trigger near future pricing? Yeah.
No.
Every time a ship.
Question
above it. Oh, sorry. With Avenger still having the tiny, they're all going to get reworks, gold passes. It's just a given. This is almost like a recurring question at the moment. That one. Yeah. If something's shit, it's going to get improved to the same standard as everything else at some point.
If it doesn't fit the components that it's supposed to have, yes, it'll.
They actually talked about that, didn't they? The massive ship weapon pass and how much work it is for them to do to bring everything up to the same standard. They addressed that at CitizenCon. Yogi talked about that.
And it's a big job.
Yep.
Citizen Ninja.
Yep. Question:
do you think the X1's price increases upon release will trigger a near future price adjustment increase of some of the 100 and 300 series Origin ships? God, I hope not.
I think at that price point with the average, it's again a $50 item normally goes up 5 to 10%. So 10% would be $5, right? So it's on par. Usually everything under $100 goes up by $5 or $10, depends on what they feel like. Yeah, Argo, you'd agree with that? 5 to $10, and then whether they were around the $50, $60 mark, so $5. That's it.
But the question is that going to cause the 100 series, the 300 series, and other ships to get a price bump?
No, ships are different from vehicles. Vehicles are overpriced as they are. That's why we don't recommend you buy them. Right? Again, all our recommendations are based on value, not on. It's not it's a head versus heart proposition, right? We're using a head, not a heart, and we break our own rules. You know, Algared owns vehicles. I own some vehicles.
Yep.
You know, again, everything we're telling you is kind of what you don't want to hear. We're playing your conscience. You know. You know.
We're not doing the. You want. We're doing the. Be good.
We're the good angels.
We're the good angel.
Yeah.
For once. Execute is finally good. He's no longer evil.
All right, you. K9 Music says, question, do you get the YouTube year in review recap email? Congrats on a hell of a year. Yeah, we probably did. I've checked my email today. Yeah, we had a Twitch one as well. I saw that yesterday, I think. So yeah.
Rusty Pigeon Gaming says, do you think the referral will assist more
That's
by
the thing we
walking and driving gameplay when they need an LTI ship?
Thank you for the reminder. This was a thing on the list. I got Algared to take some notes, and we forgot about all of them, didn't we, Algared?
No, we actually did talk to referrals.
No, we didn't talk about the new referral award that's garbage.
Yeah,
the worst referral they've ever done.
You said referral program.
Yeah, but we never talked about the actual referral. So the referral are these two armor sets. Now, why is this the shitty? Oh shit! I just realized no one can see what I'm talking about. Right, are these two armor sets? Now, Algared, as soon as I linked it to Algared, he got it straight away, as I did. Why this is the shittiest they've ever done, and it's straight off the bat. You cannot upgrade armor sets, so there's no CCUs for armors. You can't turn this into a vehicle. You can't do anything with it. What they give you is all you get. So it's not like a dragonfly that you can turn into whatever you want. It's not an LTI token. You're just stuck with this. You can't change it into an armor set that you like. So, for example, if your friend doesn't like green, tough titties. He's got a green one. And if you don't like a red one and you like the green one, tough titties.
Oh. But while I hate it personally because I built a gazillion suits and packs and guns already, a new player that would be beneficial for them.
Yeah, I can totally see it being beneficial for if they like it though. But let's be honest, Algared, in game, how long would it take you to get these items? Now I'm not talking about colors or even this particular set of armor, but
not long.
What is that? Maybe 5,000 alpha UEC?
Yeah, probably. It's
the lowest rated. Like a dragonfly is equivalent to what $30? This is equivalent to 10. This is the lowest level referral they've ever given in value terms, and usability. It's just as low.
Well, rifle, pack, and suit. It is going to add up, but it's still not as much as the ship. You know, so you're probably looking.
And you can tell it's
depending on
bashed
the-
together because they haven't even made a red skin for the gun. This green screen, we were given that for Christmas one year. That blue one up there is from somewhere else. I can't remember where, but why isn't it red to go with the red suit? And these suits have both been used before. So they're not even giving us new shit. Notice how the backpacks are the same.
Mhm.
They're just reusing subflare items and stuff like that. It's none of it's new.
So, you know, I don't see the incentive for someone, you know, for you to go out and get people to come in a game so you get a referral item.
Yeah.
Whereas in the past, the referral items have been, oh, yeah, I'll do that. I get a referral token I can use for
Well,
else.
put it this way, Algared, like we were saying earlier about referring things to yourself. Are you going to bother to refer this to yourself? No. Waste of time.
We've already got 3 or 4 of those suits and half a dozen packs and rifles.
Yeah.
Like,
I am not motivated to spend $40 to get $5 worth of stuff. You know? So again,
but
I know they probably didn't have something ready to go, but why don't just reuse the quad bike, the MPUV? This is... It's just another thing that shows they don't understand the people they're dealing with. Right? We know we are hardcore people that are here. Most of the people that are funding, like all these people that hang out here, where we're in a low period, so to speak, we're the people that fund this game. And that does not speak to me. And I'm pretty sure, from what I'm seeing in chat, doesn't speak to any of you either. Right?
Well,
so...
As Cheesebread said, that's exactly why the referral isn't another ship. They don't want people referring to themselves.
First time chatter on Twitch said, Jorm Must Direct said, that's a subscribe FS9. Yeah, it is. It was also given out as a sub. Pretty sure they gave out a green one at Christmas last year to everyone for Luminaria. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't get another one for Luminaria personally, but we'll see.
Yeah, but you know, I do think, you know, for a new person, it's good. But I'm not going to be, you know, I wouldn't be referring a friend just to get that suit.
Yeah.
Whereas in the past, I would have referred a friend to get the referral.
I would not waste a referral on that. So to be honest with you,
if it pushes my referral count, yeah. But you know
what I mean.
But I wouldn't buy it for myself. No.
Yeah. So anyway.
Okay, so Hook 2005 says, "Is the Raven any good?" Some seem worse than other sabers.
Some people I know it's their only ship. So some people really like it. Yeah, you're into data running, like a bit of EMPing. It'll speak to some people, won't it?
I think it's got distortion, so you basically disable the ship and run. I think that's the idea of it.
It just comes down to everyone's going to have their sheep that they like, and damn everyone else. That's what it is. Player choice. You want to have all those ships, so everyone.
But I do like it.
Want. Yeah.
I think of the sabers, it's my favorite. I think. Rusty Pigeon Gaming says, "Did you guys know the 100 series is gonna fit the new 600 hangar?" Yeah, because it's a small ship. It's can be summoned at a Platinum Blue station, so anything I would expect to fit in a 600.
Is it meant to go in there?
Yeah.
Probably not. Will it fit? Yep. Can you tie it down? Probably not.
Is it actually a hangar in the 600?
No, it's not. It's a cargo bay. So it's like an elevator that you can take up. It's essentially the Constellation. You know how the Constellation goes up with the Ursa, but instead of an Ursa, it's a large one. So it's Atlas platform Nova.
And could you?
What's the last one? Storm.
Yep. Could you put a ship on there? Yeah. Look, I like the idea. I was saying it earlier. It's one of the things I did like about the old hangar cargo bay for the Connie. Choices matter. Do I take my ship? Do I take the vehicle? Do I take cargo? Same choice you're going to have to make with a 600i. Do I take a ship?
Well, this is an unknown right now. This came out last week, actually. So remember how the 890 jump is technically 2 pads, but you can physically fit one bigger ship in, right?
Yep.
And it's always been this thing, can't you just make it so we can use the bigger ship? Well, it comes back to what they want to do with it, right? So they're more than likely, because it treads on the Polaris then, it treads on the Odyssey and things like that, so they probably don't want it doing that. It's the same thing with the Aristrata, because it's got 2 rocks in it, but now technically 2 rocks as long as a Spartan. So it's
But
like,
for real
so
stuff,
is it one large vehicle or two
yep,
two mediums? And it's like,
yep.
well, they've said two mediums, so therefore it's more than likely you can't lock down one large one. But again, they could make vehicles differently. Maybe vehicles literally do equal cargo, but they've never
Mm.
said that. And we know pads are different because you have to service ships. So you will not be able to service a medium ship at the very least,
There
right?
is precedence for the
For and against, to
vehicle
be honest with you.
cargo. Well, there is the
Oh,
argument
for
that
vehicle, sorry, yeah.
when the Valkyrie came, I think it was the Valkyrie came out,
Yeah, that's true.
and it just had cargo bay.
Yep.
Or no, it had no cargo, but it had
Mhm.
vehicle pad. And people said, it's got a cargo grid for vehicle, why can't it take cargo? And CIG actually reversed it so you could actually take cargo on the pad.
Well, at the time,
So
it was
that,
meant to be cargo has to have those, you know, the metallic pads
yep,
that you see. That's a cargo pad, but now they've changed it because, like, you don't see it in the Hercules, you don't see it in other ships, but there are still ships you see it in. Like you see it in
yep,
some Origin ships, you see it in the Mist ships, you see it in a lot of the starter ships. I think this is speculation on my part. I think they're possibly going to secure and unsecured cargo ships.
oh, they probably will. But, you know, because the choices matter.
Yep.
But I
Again,
think that was certainly the if you're looking for precedence or where they've come close to saying that the Valkyrie is it, where they've said cargo and vehicles are the same. And I suppose with the Connie, originally with the Connie's hangar, where it was either, or the Connie's garage, where it was either the vehicle, the ship, or cargo, that indicated that they were the same. They were using the same grid. So, but yeah, so.
real quick, Algared, what's your favorite ship?
Oh,
Real
probably
quick.
the Connie.
Connie,
The Connie.
mine's the Reclaimer. That's just to ask someone's question on Twitch.
Yep.
Next one, Algared.
It's the ship I take out most.
Yep.
Stiletto, or Steletomo 2 says, when do you think the Zeus 2s will come when they're ready?
I answered that
Like
one,
with-
and it's at CitizenCon. They even said it at this year's CitizenCon that it'll come next
There you
year,
go.
much like what the Spirit did the year before.
And a follow-up question is, when do you think the Polaris will arrive in 24, when it's ready?
Any time from Invictus to CitizenCon.
Yep. And when they do that, you'll probably find that we get the
They've been doing
Galaxy
updates to it all the
yes.
way along too. We'll probably get updates on it as it like
Yep.
they'll be telling us in the
Yeah,
sprint
but
reports and stuff.
you certainly will not miss out if you watch
Yeah.
their channel, because they'll just keep us informed, because it's going to be big. Rum Runner says, question, do you think CIG intentionally gives pipeline leaks misinformation?
I think
possibly.
they do what they want to do.
Yep.
I think they did do a lot of misinformation early on, but now it seems like they're giving them a lot of stuff and working with them. Like Yogi went on there and did interviews with them. So, you know, I think their initial response was to react harshly to it. But I think as they've realized it's just passionate people, they've come around as time's gone by.
Yep.
You know, they used to deliberately put red herrings out and stuff like that. I think they're changing their stance, but I think that's as the company grows and they learn, and yeah, everyone learns. That's just how we all are as servants.
It's passionate people approach things differently, and it's an indication of the passion that people delve so deeply into the code to find.
Well, we're so starved for information too. You know, there's all these lull periods. So yeah.
Yeah. You know.
Right.
As
Still,
we say, that type of stuff is low hanging fruit.
Yeah. Still Tomo 2 says, question, when do you think a new capital concept will come? I don't think we're getting any because they've got a big backlog of them. If you look at the last couple of years, we've only got large ships because I think they know that they're promised these really big things and then still not quite sure they can deliver them because of server meshing, right? And they don't want to be able to make something anymore that they know that they can't make. So that's why they're holding off, because they just want to finalize what serving meshing is going to be able to do. Because if they've got to come out and all of a sudden, right, guys, we can't do the javelin like we used to, we wanted to do it, and they're going to downsize it, just minimize, because people are going to get pissed, right? They're going to want money back, they're going to have to refund stuff, blah blah blah. They're trying to minimize all that. So in case there's any blowback, they've learned, blowback.
Yeah.
So they're just preparing for anti-blowback, I guess is what I'd call it.
Eric Bullock had a question. Does Luminalia
You broke up there, mate. I lost you completely. You've gone mute on me, Algared. I can't hear you at all for some
Okay.
reason. Yeah, say again. You're back. Go again.
All right. So Eric Bullock says, does Luminalia usually have one present that is far greater than the others, for example, on the last day? Well, the one that blew everyone years ago was the last day sneak peek screensaver of the bike, and they just gave us the handlebars.
Do you know they deleted those images? You can't see them anymore. They're gone. They removed them, so you can't even because people obviously trying to link them to people as a joke, so they just removed them, so you can't meme them anymore. But yeah, the handle one's the one that takes me now. The handle was like, oh, they're giving us the bike for free, and now you go back, the handle's even more insulting. It's fucking funny. Who gives people a photo of a handle? It's like going, it's like going here. Yeah, look at the end of my pen. This is the end of my pen.
Yeah,
not the pen, just the end of it.
I think from memory, that was the last day.
Yeah.
That was the last one, and everyone was hyped for it, and it was like, are you kidding us?
And the bike didn't end up coming out for like another 3 months.
No, we got the handlebar of the bike, and the bike came out a month later. Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
I think they got burned PR-wise on that one.
Yeah. Whoever was doing that was, again, lesson learned. That people make mistakes. That's just, people, also marketing people get greedy, let's be honest. So,
Mo 2 says, CIG said they're adding crime to stealing cargo, internal or external, right?
Eventually.
Eventually, yes.
Again, just like inside the comm links. So again, if you turn the comm link off, and there'll be areas where there aren't comm links as well.
Yep.
So yeah.
Grand Theft Auto on steroid.
The Revenge X says, do you think they are really working on the 600, and will it get a nerf as a result? Be careful what you ask for. No, I don't think they're working on it. They've clearly said they're working on RSI at the moment. And the 600i is in-game and working. They've just said that to appease people.
Yep.
Because there is a particular subset of people that complain. They won't say what type of people they are, but it's very obvious what type of people they are because they buy a particular type of ship. Not looking at anyone. Not looking at you. I'm talking about other people. I'm talking about other people.
Know.
Yes.
I know.
They have issues.
People who like a particular brand of ship and only that particular brand of ship, and it must be perfect.
Yes.
You like people who like the reverse of that. That, ships that are held together with masking tape and.
I'm just gonna give some subtle hints to what I'm talking about in both chats. All right, that's what I'm talking about.
And while you're doing that, Rusty Pigeon Gamer says, I just received an answer, so it's like 11 days, but they didn't answer my question, or if I could CC you on a referral. With
we answered that before.
Yeah, but he was just saying he got an answer from.
Yeah, we talked. I literally read out what he said before, so we've already done that one. Yeah.
Chris Dayan says, will Star Engine mods tools be released before GTA 6? Personally, I think it will be the biggest mistake CIG can do, if not.
Yeah, it'll agreed.
But will the mod tools come out?
I don't need mods right now. I just need a game I can play. Worry about mods later.
Yep. Stiletto Mo 2 says, will CIG give us a decent Lumina gift like last year? LMG, SMG, maybe.
You know, it'd be really great to make up for the fact that we didn't get the quad bike. You know what I'm thinking of? I'm going to let you think on it because I know you'll get to where I'm at in a minute, Algared. You usually are pretty on par with me. Knowing what we found recently. No, he hasn't gone.
Yeah, no, you're thinking the new bike, the Razor.
Yes.
Mirai bike.
Yeah, I would love it if we got the Mirai Pulse for free as a makeup for.
That'd be nice.
Yes, over with the handlebar, because that would forgive the handlebar incident and the whole thing in one foul swoop. It would.
Does the and the thing is, does it really cut their funding?
No, it helps it, and it's a massive thank you. Here's the support to everyone that came, helped us before this came out.
I could see an argument for yes, it does, because it's a small scale thing. People will buy it, we'll make lots of money. But the other thing is, you get that good flavour. You get that good,
Well,
that
yeah,
good. And people will spend more anyway.
Everyone that joined the game from this point gets it for free. Everyone that comes after, you can still buy it.
Yep.
Well,
But then, the people who get it for free, they're now overly happy. They open their wallets.
Hey, maybe that's why we've got a shit referral bonus because you're giving the bike for free. I don't know. I'm just.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows? Commentator says.
It would have been. Doesn't it make sense to you though? With the X1 just coming out, that's what I would have made the referral bonus. The X1.
Yeah.
Hands down is what I would have made it, but Oh, I guess the downside to that is they probably wanted the X1 ready, but the patch hasn't come out yet. That might be why. So maybe they've pivoted. Maybe it just wasn't ready in time. But okay, so go back. Maybe that's why they've done that. Yeah, and they just didn't want to do an older one. Wouldn't you just do an older one, like a Dragonfly or?
People like some of the old ships.
Dragonfly purple. They could have done that. The skin from AIA. Yeah. Take that, put it on the Dragonfly. Dragonfly purple. Referral bonus. Bang, done.
Even a ship that's not, referable. Not referable, not CCable. People still like them because it's something extra, something free. So yeah. Commentator, any news on orbital mechanics? No, apart from what we know previously.
Sorry, Sorry, real quick. First time chatter on Twitch says X1 was released. It's in the patch coming real soon, man. We were just flying it around before on stream. If you go back to where we were earlier today, we were flying around in it. So it's in game. All 3 variants. You can play it right now if you've got the EPTU. Sorry, Argo.
Yep. So if you're in EPTU, you can actually get into it. So I'm going to add this question. This is from Destro on YouTube. Destro says, "What ships does X own that breaks his own fleet rules?"
Oh.
He said, "I'd ask Algared, but
I think the Redeemer kind of breaks it a little bit because I've got bigger ships than that. I think the Caterpillar's another one that I own, but I got the Pirate Caterpillar
down to get those.
Yeah, the smallest ship I own, I think at the moment that's not earmarked. I've got smaller ships that are like coming up in chains and stuff.
Yeah,
but the one at the moment that I don't know what to do with is technically the MSR. That's the smallest one I haven't earmarked to change, and it's on the chop block. It really is because of what they've done with it. And I've already got the Connie. I've already got the Redeemer. I just don't really need a data runner.
There was something else you were talking about. Can't remember if you got rid of it, but you had.
I got a cutter and things like that, but they're all earmarked to go up in chains.
Yeah.
So they're all 2i tokens. Just real quick, Bear Jiley gave 5 gifted subs on Twitch to Pooh Cheetah, Twitch Wetsu, Afro Snowman, Rip Jaroon, and Laid Back Geek. Make sure you thank Bear for that. Bear, awesome. Bart Jiley. That's got to be a Norwegian name. Bart. Yeah. It's like Hart, but it says Bart G. Bajay. I'm butchering it, I know, sorry. But it does not roll off my English-speaking tongue. Apologies for that. Sorry, I got to interrupt you.
Rusty Pigeon Gaming Channel says, but they evade the question from support. Yes, well, sorry about linking back to his comment about answering. Last 3 questions on our chat thing stuff. There's
there you go. Look, Lemon answers my question for me in Twitch there. He says, Lemming says, Execute is very disciplined. He is more disciplined than everyone else here when it comes to cellular fighters. Yeah, I don't have a fighter. He's not wrong. I don't have a single fighter. Not one. Because they're a complete waste of freaking money.
Lemming knows his account because Lemming often ends up
looking at it.
Dragged into, what's this user I need? I can't work it out. Help me.
No, well, I just get so exhausted during AIE.
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest. I just changed my password. I log in, he's then authorized for like a month or whatever, and then after a month I just change it back. So he can go in and move all my shit around and he spreadsheets it all for me and tells me what I gotta buy and all that. Yeah, it helps me out heaps.
So Lemming actually
builds thank you, sorry.
Is what X is saying. Lemming builds his fleet.
Yeah. No. Yeah. No, Lemming's very good at it.
There are Lemming's fault. So no, any I take that back. Any mistakes in there are Execute's fault. And all the good stuff's Lemming. So yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Trevor Greenwood. Yeah, you never badmouth your mods. Never badmouth your mods. That's our first rule.
I just don't badmouth my friends, Argo. That's just... Actually,
no,
I'm the other. Well, let me rephrase. You don't badmouth your mods. I just badmouth all my friends equally. I mean, in equal insult all across the board.
And in Australia, if you're not badmouthing someone, it's usually a sign that you're not a friend.
Yeah, if we're having a fight with you.
It's a weird thing in Australia.
I think we get it a little bit from the Brits, but we took it a bit further. They call it banter, but we've kind of, you know,
we buried a hatchet.
Twisted it. Yeah, twisted a bit, and, you know, jovial, and, you know, giving each other crap. It makes you stronger. You got to be that strong here for all the deadly animals, you know. So
that's right. Yeah. But yeah, if we're not bagging each other out, then you're not a friend in Australia. So there's a certain level where it's that ribbing and cajoling is a sign of friendship.
We're almost done, Algared. 3 questions. Jeez Louise.
So,
and we've only gone, and I closed the bot off 10 minutes before the hour, and we're now an hour later. Yeah. So, yeah. Trevor Greenwood says, I thought at something they said was an extra copies of the game you could get free AI. Is this true? I can't find anything about it now. I'm wondering if you know. Yeah, that is what Algared was saying earlier. I think he's just going up. So, yeah, you could literally have instead of hiring AI, they would be your AI, but you'd still have to feed them, and
you'd still have to feed them and pay them a wage.
I don't know if you have to pay them. I think you only had to clothe them.
They did talk about paying them wage.
But you could level them up and stuff as well.
But you could level them. You could.
And if you played as them though, they could use your items and stuff.
Yep. So, yeah. And then there was the other option you could. Another option they talked about was swapping between them.
We'll see what happens.
There's a whole series of things they haven't really nailed it down.
Yeah.
And anyone who tells that they've nailed it down is lying.
Yeah, Kilrath, taking the piss. That's what we call it, taking the piss. So, Weasel79 says it's not a tuna over. The reason I moved away from not a tuna, right, is we found that when we were giving ships away on the YouTube channel, like in the videos, they did more for us. Right, so when we gave them away here, they just weren't as well utilized. But that said, all those ships that we gave away last week, a lot of the ones from CIG was ones that they'd just given us over the year, and I'd been stockpiling all the starters.
Yeah. The big thing is, like, we'd give a ship away, and there'd be 300 people watching us.
Yeah,
great, awesome for you guys, but if we give away a ship
on a YouTube video, he stopped. On average, it'd be 5,000 people watching. So it's just a better utilization of the ships, essentially. And what we've done is, if you've noticed when we've been doing the done the giveaways lately, is that we do it on a video, but then we draw it on the stream. So we're using it for the video and we're using it for the stream. So it's a dual use now. So we just found it was a better way to utilize it, because we're getting 2 birds, 1 stone, essentially.
But does that mean that not a tuna over? No, it just means, and the other thing was, it was getting harder to find the questions or quizzes that we.
Yeah, I've gone through everything in my bloody room. That I could do. So yeah, it just became a bit of extra work every week to go out and find stuff. You know, and even guests would come on, and they just thought it was a bit awkward, because they felt like they were oversharing, and so we just dialed it back a bit. But we might do one in the future. But
it's not gone for good. It's just put on hold until we find stuff that we want to use it for.
So we might even do something like but like, how do you pitch this out, right? Let's say, come on, you've won something, come on stream and play Not a Tuna. Like, how do you do that? And then the guy gets on there and goes, what's Not a Tuna? What have I won? You know, and then he's got to sit there and pick from a window, and he just thinks, what the fuck is going on? You know, so, you know, but then he could win 1 of 4 prizes. So again, we could rework it into what we're doing now. But it was just like, again, you guys that are here know what Not a Tuna is, but it just does not translate to someone that is outside. Like, Not a Tuna? What the hell are you talking about? Makes no sense.
It's not on a ship. Yeah.
It was a crazy joke, and we'll have it come back, but I think it's not going to be an every week thing anymore. It'll just be an event. We'll do it as an event, you know. So
it'll be something we do. It'll be a special something we do when we do it.
Yeah.
So it's not gone because we liked it. It was
it was fun
and giveaway, fun. But it really just wasn't helping the channel grow as well as we'd hope. And I think we found that the way we shifted is having more of an impact, and that's, you know, it's helping the channel.
Here's that fun fact. Citizen Scott, full of shit. Look at this. Full of shit. Anyway.
Yeah, his room is full of shit.
Yeah. No, Citizen Scott's full of shit.
X knows mine.
Yeah. Argo's actually got one of these. He bought it a whole 18 months before me, and he still hasn't put it up. Yeah, Slack. I got mine. You know when it went up? The day I got it.
Shut up. See? Deal with this all. Rusty Pigeon Gaming channel says, what do you guys think of the token dates available on one day after sales for Christmas?
Well, it's kind of designed for you to save your tokens. They don't want you to use the tokens. They want you to use fresh cash. That's why they're there afterwards, right? Oh. And again, if you've been around long enough, like me and Algared, you know to save your tokens. You know.
I remember once time you didn't need to.
Well, I remember now I've got 2 tokens, so I don't have to worry as much as I used to. You know.
Yeah, I get 2.
You want a bonus to subscribers? 5 tokens. Because I'd spend $10 to get 5 tokens, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
If you're in a bind, here's your $10, and I get 5 tokens, and I can use credits. That's how because people don't buy, they just save. But if you think about it, you can't buy certain things, or you don't want to buy certain things. That actually increase the money they make during sales, because they take $10 there, but someone else will spend 50 because then they've got access to get to those things that they were going to have to spend hundreds to get to, and because they're not going to spend the hundreds.
And the other thing is, if I'm using credits, which I'm using if I'm buying buyback or stuff, if I'm melting ships and then buying it with credits, I'm actually paying more for that ship that I'm buying.
You could actually even simpler. You could just make it so, what is it? Centurion gets double the tokens, so they get like. Well, they're like a concierge, so they get 2, and then Imperial Digger gets 4.
Yeah.
Done.
So.
Yeah. And then even make it, well, yeah, that's all you need, because you'd at least be getting 2 extra tokens if you subscribe that month. No, Static Zero says no. Nope. I don't know. I'm just trying to give value to that thing. It needs more value. We all know that. Anyway.
Couple of comments I saw. Someone I've said it, but someone said that the referral bonus was just a replace me ball.
Actually, that would work. Actually, I'm pretty sure we're getting some kind of bauble or balls for Christmas, because there was some Christmas ball things in. First time chatter, Half Tour Sen says, hey, just a thought. The Herald on the background, in my opinion, should have the bottom engines off so it looks more like it's going in circles. Well, if you would like to edit it for me and do all the hours of work to get that thing to work, because it was a nightmare, have at it. Yes, it would make more sense with the circles, but it's been there for years. And that is actually a hallmark. Like, Hayes did not want me to remove the Herald, and he wanted me to. He was disappointed I was removing, because when I redid the logo to look like this, Algared, he was disappointed that I was removing the Herald. So I compromised for him. I said, "Look, I've added this, and it's been there ever since, and it's just been a hallmark of the channel, because
Inforunners,
where the name came from."
Yeah.
So yeah, and that's a homage to Hayes and Dyson, who started the channel, and we've just inherited it, and they've gone on to other things.
So the other comment that was made, Rusty Pigeon Gamer just made a comment about the not a tuner. We also had a desync between Twitch and YouTube, so it was always a bit hard to
Twitch would be winning it a lot more than YouTube, and when there's less people on Twitch, to the point. people were realizing that Twitch were running it more often, and they were going over to Twitch every time we did not a tuner, and we don't want to have a disparity that makes it unfair for people. So, yeah, it just there was just little issues with it, and we'll fix it, and we'll just make it a special event. And I think realistically, having it like a draw that's done off stream, and then they come on stream and they pick would work. But again, how do you advertise? So you guys put your thinking caps on. How do you advertise not a tuner to a new person as a giveaway? So you have people that go see like Loken Plays at the moment was doing C1 Spirit giveaway, or X1 giveaway. Not a tuner give. What the hell is a not a tuner? Like they're just gonna, and they're not gonna go bother to find out. They're just gonna not go.
I think we just have to go game show giveaway,
or just ship giveaway.
Ship giveaway,
but it's not.
But it's not the same as a straight giveaway, because it was always a kind of a live community / quiz game.
Not a tuner, a Perseus. Yeah, actually, that would kind of work. Actually, if it was a ship you're giving away, yeah, Mystery, that's not a terrible idea. Actually, not a tuner, a spirit, not a tuner.
Yeah, but the problem was we had at one point a Mustang, Aries.
But again, you just name the main one you're giving away, but also it adds to the title then, because if you already look at the title we're doing here, right? So it's like I have kind of like a creative title, and then it says weekly ISC and ISC or something like that. So I'm trying to shorten the titles. I don't know if you guys have noticed, I've been not doing text on the thumbnails anymore. I've kind of removed that, and it's actually been a godsend, because 3 or 4 times now I've changed the title, and I don't have to worry about it being hard coded in text, because I do it before the episode, and then I can't change it because it's recorded and baked into the episode. I'd have to edit it. Now I don't have to do that. Like it's been an absolute godsend, because I think there's at least 3 times now I've got Argo, and I've got, oh, thank God, don't have to change that now. So yeah, but you guys haven't seen it yet. I did show it very briefly before. Even the, so if I go over here, you might be able to see it real quickly. Where is it? It's even affected other shows that you haven't seen yet. Shit, where the hell is that one, Argo? Shit, must be another page back.
Done that many shows.
Yeah, hang on. I know you guys can't see. I'll flip it over. Hold on. So there, the Fix My Fleet thumbnails have changed too, though you haven't seen this new one yet. So they now are like this. So they don't have the person's name on them anymore. But
in the description,
you can see there it's with Ronnie. So
yeah,
it's affected everything. But we found that the click rate went up.
Because they're cleaner.
It's really weird. So yeah, clean is good. Anyway,
now I will. There, Citizen Scott is in chat on YouTube, going through a litany of things that he's seeming to be picking on Star Citizen for, or CIG for not doing. So, do we have 100 systems? No. Are we going to get them?
I've seen Citizen Scott in the comment section. He is a very skeptical person. He has every right to be, and we need people of all types to make sure it gets done. But
there's lots of things that CIG have said. There's lots of things that have changed.
10 years. Well, then we've been here just as long as you, mate. And I'm the way I put it, Scott, and I'll ask it to you in a question. Have you seen progress, Scott? Have you seen enough progress to go, they are still moving forward? Yes or no? And I'll let him answer that, and then we'll continue. But you got to remember, they're working on a single player game. The scope of the game's changed. It's not like Grand Theft Auto. Grand Theft Auto is now 10 years old. It took them 9 years to make it. They had 1,400 people from Go to Woe. We only just crossed 1,000 this year, and that's when they brought in a studio. It was 860 at the start of the year. They started with 8 people in a garage. That takes time. If you've ever done health and safety or QA or hiring, look at what's happened to hiring practice in the last 20 years. We've gone from where you had to go in for an interview to now they don't even reply when you apply for things online because it costs too much. There's too many people that apply for jobs now. They just don't even reply to you anymore. You know. So Scott, me, yes, I'm here, brother. Yeah. So Scott, have you found progress, Scott? I'm just saying there's a ton of things CIG have legit not done from the OG people. Yeah, absolutely. I don't disagree with that, but you don't have enough people. If you've got, let's break it down into a Star Citizen term that you would understand. If you have an engineer, a medic, a captain, and a pilot, you can't take the medic and get them to do engineering stuff. They would not. They can, but they say the engineer dies, the whole ship is going to be at jeopardy. It's the same thing. You cannot take an artist and get them to programmer. You can't get a programmer that is not tailored in networking to do network programming. That's why there's people like that guy that showed off the server mesh tech. He would probably be one of the most well-paid people at the entire company. I don't know if he is, but I suspect he is, because people like him, they usually don't work in gaming. They work for private organizations, and they are paid in the millions because what they do is so valuable. But someone like him is really passionate about games, and so he works in gaming. That is a person that chooses to not be paid as much. So by the same definition, these people don't grow on trees. Developers do not grow on trees.
The other thing, Citizen Scott, if you've been here 10 years, you know that they talked about and asked, do you want us to keep funding? And everyone, all of us, yes, keep funding.
Yep.
And they said, if we keep funding, we will expand the scope of the game.
It's a dream game. You only get to a dream game if you explore, right? Now, let's look at iCache. iCache failed, but they found out how not to do it, right? And so then they found another way. And that's what that's what science is. It's the same thing. How do you, Algared, I'm giving you $1 billion. How long is it going to take you to cure cancer for me, mate? No bloody clue. We would have done it by now if we knew. These things are not, it is literally research and development. So you got to take all these things into account. And as soon as you start taking them into account, it becomes very obvious it's experimentation. And then you get a game like Grand Theft Auto, but I'm sorry, that's the same game 5 times. And now they're making a 6th one. It's just the graphics have updated and they've added stories and small little nuanced things. But the core gameplay, much like Battlefield, much like Call of Duty, is the same. This is totally new across the board from anything we've ever seen before.
And when I can even remember it would have been around 2014. Chris was saying the plan he originally envisaged, but I know in the Kickstarter they said 100 planets at launch. In 2014, Chris was saying, look, I'm envisaging 5 planets to start with. That's where the line of 5 idea came.
All right, JP and Citizen Scott, come on, don't fight like that, right?
Yep. Time for settle down, guys.
Don't do that, right? I don't want that shit here, right? You are taking him out of context, JP. Citizen Scott is correct. There are things that they have not promised, right, in the stretch goals and stuff like that. Because again, you can look at them and go, Squadron 42 versus Star Citizen. He's not wrong, but you're reading it like he said they have not done everything they said they were going to do. That's not correct. There are things that they have done. There are things that have not done. CitizenCon has not stated anything that is incorrect, right? And JP, just dial it back a notch. You're antagonizing him. And quite honestly, if you're both on Discord, I'd be ripping you out of a text chat and forcing you into a voice chat, because as soon as we've found when people fight in text, they become savage, because you're trying to type as quick as you can. So you're trying to type really quick and you shorthand it and it sounds really cold and evil. So as soon as you put them in voice, they take more time to talk. It gets more detailed and you don't have troubles. So if you guys are fighting, go get on Discord or call each other, and I guarantee you all your problems will piss off. If I could force you, I would. I'd put you both in a voice chat and make you talk to each other. Because I've done it before. Algared backed me up on this. I've even made Algared do it. He was fighting with someone and I put him in a Discord and everything pissed off. I've even made mods do it. Lemming will back me on that. Lemming, didn't I? I made you talk to someone in voice. And it pisses off. And I do like little kids, I'll put you in a voice chat and make you talk, right? But I guarantee you, if you two got in a voice chat, it'd piss off. And Lemming will admit it too. There's something with text that makes people evil.
Mystery says, get a room. That is such
you two go in the voice chat and talk. Don't do it on text. I don't know what it is. It just makes people act like idiots. I'm the same. Me and Algared used to fight in text. And I'm like, right, we're gonna get in voice, and we get in voice. disappear.
Sometimes I even I'll say, let's get on voice.
Yeah, because it just we're arguing in text. It's like this is just stupid. So yeah.
But yeah. But there are things that have changed. There's things that have changed in the scope.
Come
like
on,
I know,
starting Sarah. Come on, it's not that sad, man. Why is he in tears? Right. Anyway,
the classic one is 100 systems at launch.
Yeah.
You know, and I know in 2014, Chris was saying 5 systems at launch when the game's actually out, and then adding systems constantly.
Yeah.
Now that's clearly a deviation of what was originally planned.
I think Scott would agree too. We are eventually going to get everything that they've said.
Yeah.
It's just how bloody long does it take to get there, and he's totally right to be skeptical of that.
Yeah.
But I'd say 90% at launch type of thing. You know what I mean? Most of is what I'm trying to say.
But I think the key goal Chris always wanted was to make sure that the gameplay was there. He doesn't want to do 1,000 systems with that's shallow.
Yeah.
Look at what we've got in Stanton.
Yeah. So Citizen Scott's agreeing with you. He says exactly Algared. That's my whole point. Things change, and old doctrine is not old info is not doctrine. Some of it hasn't changed, but that's all we've got to go on too, Citizen Scott. So, you know, for the longest time, like the death of a spaceman, people thought we were idiots. And like I've been having a disagreement with I do it a lot with Paul, right? Because Paul, they said way back at the beginning of the Kickstarter, everything that is ever made or brought out in the game will be available in game at some point, right? Somehow, some way. So whether it's behind reputation or something like that. And Paul is adamant that you'll never be able to get a best in show skin. Yet I've also got evidence from Tyler as of this time last year, I think it was, when they were giving out the Banu cubes, he said this is the first ever Banu item you can ever get that is exclusive in game, and he explained why. He said because it's actually a replica of a Banu cube, but you'll be able to get a real Banu cube in game that'll work and that. And it's all it is a box. It doesn't do anything, right? And so you can see why it's not needed. It's just a box. It does nothing, right? Yeah. But that meant from him saying that, or everything that had come prior to that was no longer exclusive. But Paul still does not believe that. And Algared was there, and I was there, and that's not enough because there's no way we can link it to him. He just doesn't believe us, and that's fine, right? And eventually he'll be right, or we'll be right, or whatever. It really doesn't matter. But again, what we remember is different to what other people remember, and I think that's where the arguments come from, Scott. Is what I'm trying to get at. Is you've been around longer, so you'll remember things where the guy that comes in next week, he'll have a different. You know, even between me and Algared, the things like because I was here for 3 years before Algared.
Yeah, lucky bastard.
Things like that. So
there's even the people, we've had people on and they say, I did not sign up for Squadron 42.
Yep.
And you say, yeah, but that was the whole purpose of
Daily Noob. He was just like that. And I sat him down and I said, this is why you want to be into Squadron 42. And literally within a couple of hours he was converted because he now understands the financial nature of the way the game works. And he's a fairly new person. He didn't get that. And it changes. As you learn, things change.
But there are also people who, you know, they literally signed up for Star Citizen because they hadn't heard of Squadron 42.
But they still, when you sit those people down and they educate themselves, this is the thing. It's an education thing, right? So Scott's been here longer. He knows different things than other people. And it's the same thing. You know, JP might not have been here for as long, or he's got different information. That's what I'm trying to get at, right? There's just people coming at different times. And so what you've heard, how do you track this game on 10 years? There is no, like if someone walked in here tomorrow, Algared, do you think there was any possible way, given the unlimited length of time, that he could bring himself up to speed to where most of us, I don't think it's possible. It's too hard to find. It's been lost.
There's so much stuff in the writer's guide, in the capsules, in all the posts, all the videos, all the template chairmans.
It's just impossible. You would be there for literal years, and there'd be so many things you miss because it's not, you know, you and I might see a Twitter post because it popped up on Twitter. It came up on a notification. You're not even going to get any of those notifications now. You know, there are exclusive things that, as an example, that came up on Twitter and they were never advertised anywhere. little sneak here, little tidbit here, all the way across the board, and multiply that by 10+ years, and
you've got
that's a minefield, literally.
But you look at the original Kickstart, the Squadron, or for Star Citizen, it was Squadron. That's what you were signing up for, Squadron 42. But these days, anyone who joins Star Citizen, are they signing up for Squadron 42? No, they're not even getting Squadron 42. So there is now a segment of the community who they didn't sign up for Squadron 42, and it's a true statement.
So 2 things there really quickly. What you say, Rusty Pigeon, the strength of the Inforunners is they have multiple people that deliver knowledge. Yeah, that's why we do it that way. So you got different opinions, and it's all in seeking the truth. Then we have a first-time chatter on Twitch, BBC Andy 420. He says, I don't know Squadron 42. I'm super new. It's essentially like a single-player campaign for Star Citizen. Coming out, hopefully, next year. Just go to squadron42.com and that'll start your little journey and you'll go off. And there's a cool little trailer on YouTube they released recently called Hold the Line. Squadron 42 Hold the Line. That should be enough to get you started, Andy.
Yep. Gives you a bit of an insight into Squadron 42, gives you an idea of what they're aiming for, gives you a look at how all the panels from the CitizenCon all tied into what they're doing. So CitizenCon also says, this is why I like Inforunners. I've got to say it's because it's always nice. I say this is why I love you guys, because even if we disagree, it's always a nuanced convo. Star Citizen Converse needs more of that nuance.
That's why
that's that black and white view, don't they?
That's why you do it. You can't. Well, let's be honest. There's certain content creators, and you know exactly who I'm talking about, that just shut other people down. They don't let them speak. And there's no education in that. There's no getting to the truth in that. And I've got no interest in that shit. I don't want, when someone sits there and badmouths the game, or they sit there and they white knight the game, right? You learn nothing from that. You do not grow. You do not evolve. You do not get to the truth. You do not educate yourself. It is a waste of time. It is literally fluff and stuffing, or whatever you want to call it. I don't know what else to call that, Aaron. You know what I'm getting at there, right? It's just it's someone standing on a soapbox and talking into the void. It's a waste of time. So right. Well,
anyway,
we've pretty much come to the end of the show. No ISC, so I think me and Algared will just do it again this week. We'll record it for you guys and drop it on Sunday. We'll also more than likely drop that Luminalia show on. Well, it's our Sunday, so it'll be your. No, wait.
It'll be our Tuesday, won't it? So it'll be...
it'll be our Sunday, their Saturday.
Okay.
Yep. And then we'll drop the Luna Mario one, if she's behaved, on Tuesday or Monday. What anything else you want to add there, Algared?
Nope.
Thank you for having us. It was a pleasure as always with you guys. I do really look forward to these streams every week, and I know Algared does as well. If you guys want to, I'm going to hang out in general on the Discord for about 10-15 minutes. If no one turns up, I'm going to go get some noodles soon. But if you want to talk to me, I'll be there
for a little bit.
Yep.
Before I have to go do family stuff.
Yep.
And
with that, then, I'll do the. I'll do the Twitch shit. I always forget about Twitch. Right. So
don't forget Twitch, and I'm going to remind you, if you're on YouTube, don't forget hit that like button, hit the subscribe button.
I'll do that for you.
That does supposedly mean you get notified, and if you hit the bell, that's supposed to be the guarantee you get notified. But
actually, there's multiple things under the bell now. It's just like,
okay.
I'd have to look at like
you always had several options, but like notify just for me or other stuff. But you do want to click that bell, because even if you've clicked it in the past, sometimes YouTube just takes you off. So
just looking to see if there's anyone.
All personalized, none unsubscribed. Yep.
Oh, there's so many people I don't know. There's only like one person I know. Just know there is.
But if you do find you're not getting notifications of the stuff that comes out, then it's possible YouTube has played some silly thing with your notification stuff. So it always helps to just redo it.
You guys probably heard that.
Yep.
Right, we're gonna go back to Oh shit! I closed the wrong thing. This one, and then I'm gonna go. What's going on? Why are you closing my face? There we go. Yeah, thanks for telling me I'm live. Didn't know. Couldn't tell.
Yep.
Right, we're gonna raid Devon Aubrey. We've raided her before. Yeah, just tell her hello. Hope she's doing well. Nothing too fancy. Yeah. All right. Anything you want to add, Agrid, before we say goodbye to Twitch?
Nope.
Have a good one.
Bye.
Citizen John, nice to see you, John. I'll see you in Discord in a minute, John. Oh, he's down there waiting, ready to talk.
He's already gone to
he's plugged it.
the
All right.
Discord.
Yeah, say hello to Aubrey for us, and hope she's doing well. All right. Bye, Twitch. And they're gone. All right, YouTube. Nice to have you. We'll catch you in the next one. Good to see you. We do we have another one, Algared? No, it'll be Christmas Day. Shit. No, we won't have another one.
No.
So we'll be having a week off. We could, but you want to have one on Christmas Day, Christmas morning? I don't think so. I could if I can. But I don't think anyone will turn up. So
we're not going to go. Well, it'll be Christmas Eve for most of them.
Yeah.
But we certainly will not go longer. No. It would be a short session. We'd certainly finish early.
Are you serious? They just dropped ISC. Are you serious? After we dropped Twitch.
Yeah. I think
they did. They did.
CIG Disco is trolling us.
Okay, so I think we'll actually record it and just put it out, all right? Because I'm pretty smashed. Agred's pretty smashed.
I'm done now.
Yep.
It's it's 4.5 hours we've been going straight.
Yeah. All right then. He's been Algared.
He's been Execute. We're out of here.
Catch you in the next one. Bye.
Bye, Citizen. I'll take your line.
Yeah.